Really quiet. I'm up here on the side. Well, good morning. Welcome. My name is Katie Dilley, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director at Midshore Behavioral Health. And on behalf of all of our team, I want to welcome you all to our 13th annual Across the Lifespan. Let's give it up for 13 years of this amazing gathering. I'm always interested to see how many folks in the room are here for their first Across the Lifespan conference. Raise your hand. Oh, wow. Well, you're in for a treat. We are glad you're here. Welcome, and hopefully we'll be seeing our new folks coming back year after year. How many of you have been here for all 13? Flip side. Ooh, we've got a couple in the back. All right, very nice. So we have our veteran Across the Lifespan attendees. Thank you for being faithful and coming back and your service throughout all the years since we've started. For those of you who have been here before, we always start off with just recapping and sharing our mission and vision as an organization at Midshore Behavioral Health. So our mission is to continually improve the provision of behavioral health services for the residents of Caroline, Kent, Dorchester, Queen Anne's, and Talbot counties through effective coordination of care and collaboration with consumers, their natural support systems, providers, and the community at large. So most of you, I think, in the room are in a provider capacity or a community support role. So thank you for being part of our mission as an organization. We can't do this work without you. So I just want to acknowledge all the work that each one of you do every day. So thank you. Our vision is a rural behavioral health care delivery system that is both clinically and culturally competent, provides and ensuring access to the community, be cost-effective, and be integrated to serve our community as a whole. So we're really working to strive to get there. You know, I think we've made a lot of progress over the years to really expand services, and of course today, just enrich the quality that we're bringing back to our community with training. And of course, our theme today, I think, is really timely. Trauma-informed care is not something that's necessarily new, but it's nice to see that Maryland is really pivoting and making it a focus of how we ensure that we're providing quality services to the community. So the state's put together a lot of initiatives just within the last couple of years to ensure that we are properly resourced and educated and working on our own trauma-informed care as providers and system managers to make sure that we're delivering that level of care to the community. So that's really what spurred today's theme, is this focus in the state of moving to a trauma-informed care system. So hopefully today we'll step away as a more trauma-informed community, which is our theme for today. So this is a journey, just to give a little history recently on what's been going on at Midshore Behavioral Health as an organization around this work. We embarked on an exciting opportunity that was extended to state partners, local behavioral health authorities late spring through an initiative called the Healing Systems Learning Collaborative. So for those of you who aren't aware of what that is, the Building Healing System Partnership is a partnership between the Maryland Behavioral Health Administration, which I know we have some representatives here today from that group. Thank you for being here. The University of Maryland School of Medicine and Bowie State University. So between these three groups, the goal is to support Maryland's public behavioral health system and aligning with best practices in the trauma-informed space and healing-centered care and culture. So they extended a pilot opportunity for 4 groups in the state to go through a learning collaborative experience. And part of that was inviting providers to join in that process. So last summer, we released a request for expression of interest regionally for provider groups to join us on this journey that we're on to become more trauma-informed. And I'm happy to say all our partners that are in our Midshore cohort are represented here today. We have affiliated Sante Group, We have For All Seasons, and we have Talbot Family Network. So I just want to give a round of applause for those groups joining us in this pilot phase of this learning collaborative work. So it's a 12-month group that really is focusing on organizations doing an internal assessment of RU trauma. And that's really been the focus of our work, not just becoming trained in how we can externally work with providers to provide tools and resources, but really look at ourselves. So through that process, as an organization, we said, you know, this is the right time to bring this group forward and bring the theme of being trauma-informed into the across the lifespan space. So that's how we got to our theme this year. But for those of you who have joined us for the 13 years that we've been doing this, I will, you know the themes that we've had before, but I am going to recap some for those that are new. We have had the theme of embracing the whole person, connecting mind and body. That was last year's theme. Dismantling stigma, finding hope and healing and recovery, hope rising, mindfulness in a challenging world. We have had an ATL focus just on our veteran population across the lifespan, peer support, integration, substance use, adverse childhood experiences, the impact of opioids and new interventions for help, crisis, and resilience. So I'm not sure if you can pick up on a theme here, but we really try to bring forward in this annual conference themes that are really relevant to the moment that we're working in. So, you know, for example, during COVID, that hope rising, that mindfulness in a changing world, that was really the space that we were in. We needed to find a way to infuse hope and find it in spaces that were really hard to navigate during that time of the pandemic. So we try to make sure that this is a relevant, timely, informative process for ourselves and community providers. So hopefully today, I am sure that we will have a great experience. We've got wonderful speakers here today, a very rich group of experts that are going to take us across the lifespan from the beginning through older adult. And we're also going to fold in a little bit of a different, more interactive experience today that we haven't necessarily done before, but we realize the benefit now more than ever of really coming together and doing some hands-on work and breaking down the theme of the day. So we're going to be doing a little bit of that today. So if you haven't already, please make sure to sign up for your group. We'll have breakout groups this afternoon. So make sure at the lunch, right by the lunch break, if you wouldn't mind signing up for one of those groups, we'd really appreciate it. And I do just want to thank the team ahead of time for facilitating those conversations. So while I'm on the moment of the team, I just want to stop and give my fullest gratitude to our Mitchell Behavioral Health team members. If you would just stand up so we can all give you a round of applause for your good work. Do this without the input of our whole team, so thank you all so much. I also want to thank, we have some of our Mitchell Behavioral Health Board of Directors here represented today, so I want to give a round of applause for our board members that are here today. As well as we have a Regional Behavioral Health Advisory Committee. So I would like to thank that group as well, because we couldn't do the work without our governing structure and your participation. So some special thanks. I would like to extend a warm welcome to some of our team members that this is their first across the lifespan. But one of our newest team members, Crystal Toribio, is our newest marketing events specialist coordinator. So she, this is her first ATL, and just within the few weeks that she's been with the organization, has taken a leadership role here. So thank you, Crystal. Alongside her, John Kavarstrom is also a newer team member at Mitchell Behavioral Health, and he is has is supporting this day and is also Crystal's supervisor. I think the two of them have just taken the reins and done an amazing job. So thank you, John. And then, of course, Kelly Moran, our administrative director, has been leading and steering the Across the Lifespan Conference for the 4 years that you've been with the organization. And I think today is the first time in your tenure you've been able to kind of step back and enjoy the day. So, but thank you for your leadership. And of course, just one last thanks to our presenters. We're really excited to embark on the day and the journey together. And your wisdom and your lived experience and all of your expertise, we're just so excited to learn. And thank you for the work that you do. But before I welcome Alisha Saulsbury up, I also want to take a moment to thank the Miles River Yacht Club for welcoming us for our 13th annual Across the Lifespan. We have identified this space as our recurring location. So hopefully we'll see most of you back this time next year. And before I welcome Alisha up, just a couple of housekeeping items for the day. We will have a break at 10:45 and our lunch is at 12:30. Additionally, as I mentioned earlier, we have the sign-up sheet for our breakout group. So please make sure that you've signed up for those. And we're very excited today to also be offering for the first time ever 5 continuing education units for our peers. So I know it's been a little bit complicated to navigate into the space where we can extend those peer continuing education credits, but we're finally there. And so please, if you are a peer, we would like you to check in again at the registration table just to make sure that you're getting your information documented for today so we can have that information for you, because we'll have to follow up to inform you of the various domains that today's training will count for credit for. So stay tuned. But that was something that just developed, I think, yesterday. So we were really down to the wire, but excited to have it for today. We also will have for your evaluation, please use the QR code that's in your program flyer. We're really moving as far away from paper as possible. So please use that QR code. And I would encourage you to do your evaluation before you leave today, just so you don't forget. So now I have the pleasure of handing over our welcoming to Alisha Saulsbury, who is Mitchell Behavioral Health Forensic Program Manager. And Alisha is also an expert in the field of trauma. So she has many hats that she wears professionally, but work in the space of trauma is really an area of passion and expertise. And we are just so excited to have her on our team, and even more excited to bring her this morning to kind of really get us in a space to start the day. So thank you again, and hope you all enjoy your day.
Thanks, Katie, and welcome everyone. So how do we begin the day today talking about trauma, building trauma-informed communities? It first starts with building trauma-informed individuals and organizations. So how do we do that? What does that look like? First of all, by having things like we're doing today, in-person trainings, being able to network together. I always say trainings equal information, which is very empowering, which also leads to increased awareness. So collaboratively, that's how we build those communities. By using my mantra, the rich model, remembering respect, information and choices, connection with people, relationships with organizations and communities, and building hope and resiliency. There are some key core principles when we talk about trauma-informed approach and trauma-informed communities. Safety, trustworthiness, and transparency, peer support, collaboration, and mutuality, empowerment, voice, and choice, and cultural, historical, and gender issues. The keys to creating a trauma-informed approach to care in our communities are creating safe environments and trust, hiring and training for all staff, clinical and non-clinical staff. Also preventing secondary traumatic, vicarious trauma, compassion fatigue, All of the things, everyone in this room has potential for burnout. It's very important to remember, just like when you're on the airplane and they say if there's a change in cabin pressure, we must take care of ourselves first. That's what we also need to do in our community so that we can help others. Communicating about the transformation process. All of these things are very important in engaging organizational planning. I also like to think of preventive versus reactive. So in society, we tend to be a very reactive society. So as providers, we see the after effects of trauma, the unhealed trauma. As a provider, our wait lists, our referrals that are high volume, especially after the pandemic. We see in assisted living facilities, nursing homes, VA clinics, those after effects. We also know crisis workers and our law enforcement officers, our 911, our dispatch, having debriefings in place so that we can take care of the communities. There's also, in regard to OBGYN care and pregnancy, passing on the epigenetics of the DNA, which is hardwired to continue with unhealed trauma. So we know that that's a big thing. Pediatrician offices, in our communities, primary care physician offices. We know that with high prevalence of trauma, we're also going to see high healthcare influx in somatic issues, cancers, those sorts of things, a shortened lifespan perhaps. So all of these things are very important in creating our trauma-informed communities. Also schools. I think I failed to mention schools. So with schools, we also see those after effects. And I absolutely love, and I've talked about it a lot, the Handle with Care program. So that is preventive versus reactive. But I think by increasing our awareness, having these trainings, working together like we'll do later with our breakout groups, that's all going to be very helpful in being able to build a stronger trauma-informed community. So we have a day chock-filled with a lot of information of what that looks like across the lifespan and what we can do to increase our awareness and create a trauma-informed community. So without further ado, I am going to welcome Sarah Fagan, who is going to introduce our first guest. Thank you.
Thank you, Alisha. For those who don't know me, I am Sarah Fagan, Behavioral Health Coordinator for Children, Adolescents, and Young Adults at Midshore. So I will be introducing Latrice Gray. She is going to be speaking about infants and toddlers. Latrice Gray is the esteemed owner of Creative Space Child Therapy, LLC, embodying the role of a compassionate and dedicated licensed clinical social worker and registered play therapist. With an unwavering commitment, Latrice endeavors to empower young children and families, fostering inner confidence and resilience within a nurturing environment. Specializing in individual and family therapy for children aged birth to 8 years old, Latrice adeptly addresses a myriad of social difficulties, including trauma, grief, depression, anxiety, ADHD, attachment issues, and adjustments and transitions. Join me in welcoming Latrice Gray.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here, mainly because we don't talk enough about early childhood and how it impacts development throughout the lifespan. So when I was asked to speak on this topic, I made sure I cleared my schedule and that I made it out here to put something together to share what it is like and what it is for children, for young children, to experience trauma. So like she said, I specialize in early childhood therapy. I do early childhood mental health. I actually started when I came to the state of Maryland. I was selected for a mental health consultation team. It was just a pilot program. that they were looking at. And so we were able to expand. And so now I think they're about 21 years in existence now, mental health consultation across the state of Maryland. Today, I am going to focus on, okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, thank you. So today I'm going to focus on, for the sake of this training, birth to the age of 3 years old. So that's how we're going to define infant and early childhood infant and toddlers. So I'm going to go up to the age of 36 months. How many of you work with young children in this population? Okay, so few. Usually we don't have anyone in this population at all. So it is really exciting to have some folks out here that are working with children, with very early care children. So just for the simple, just to be able to define trauma for young children, it's when something scary or dangerous happens that makes children feel unsafe, that makes children feel unsafe either physically or emotionally. And there are different types of traumas. And so not every child experiences trauma with the same situation. And so you'll hear more about this throughout the day. I'm going to focus on 2 types of trauma. So acute trauma. Are we all aware of acute trauma? Okay, absolutely. So one significant event that may happen in a child's life that can make the child feel very frightened, very scared. And then the other type of trauma I'm going to focus on is complex trauma. And are we all familiar with complex trauma? Okay, great. So complex trauma, we're looking at things like physical abuse. We're looking at domestic violence. We are looking at childhood neglect. And how does this impact? So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on things, topics, and information that you already know, because my job here is to give you signs so that you see this in the community, you can help do something about it. So the importance of trauma, I'm going to move my podium because I'm having a hard time here. There we go. So why are we here today talking about early childhood mental health and trauma? Well, one, it helps us to understand how scary and bad things in the past can affect babies and toddlers. In my work, I often hear people say, well, Latrice, my child was too young to understand what happened. Do you really think that they're remembering things from the past? When they were so little. It happened when they were a month old, or it happened when they were 6 months old. There's no way that they can remember that. So maybe not remembering it, but the body holds on to that scary experience, that impact. And so that is what we're seeing when young children come in. So typically, you don't see the really little ones that come into my office. I am typically seeing their older siblings, and it's because I am noticing the signs also in the little siblings that I'm able to address the entire family. So when they come in, you're only coming for one child, maybe your 4-year-old that's having some difficulties in childcare, some challenging behaviors, and we're not understanding why. Parents always come in, we want to fix, we want the why, and just fix it now. But it's with the assessment and the time that we're spending, I'm able to also work with the younger siblings that are coming in as so I start to see the little ones, even younger than 4, sometimes about 18 months, we start seeing some different signs there. It's also important in making sure that children feel safe and to help them feel better physically. And we are also going to be looking at ways that we talk and communicate because at times we re-traumatize children. And I'll tell you a little story a little later about a situation going into a child care center where there was a little 2-year-old, a lot of challenges, experiencing a lot of challenges in that classroom. And I could remember the teachers would say a certain word that was extremely alarming, but this child would freeze every time they would say that word. They thought it was, in a way comical, that's the way we get little Johnny to just stop doing what Johnny is doing. But what they were doing and not realizing it was they were re-traumatizing Johnny every single time. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. I'll share more about that story. So I have a little video here. This is Mobile. And this comes out of a program in Illinois. And this was based off of the stories that young children can watch and that grown-ups can also watch with them. So out of this project, they have a lot of trauma-informed information that I find helpful that I share with families that I work with. It answers a lot of questions and it comes with some books, all things that you can find online. I have a hard time speaking in a microphone, so I'm going to just see if you can hear me without that mic. Is this okay? Yeah. Okay, great. This panicked me speaking on a mic. So this video here is about infant early childhood trauma and what the child is experiencing. So if you're a little tired, the music may make you a little sleepy and make you close your eyes, but take care of your body. Do what you need to do in this moment. So I'm going to share this video. Are you ready? All right, well, technical difficulty. My video is not going to play, but I'll describe it a little bit for you. So with this video, it opens up, and you can go to their website. I think I give it to you in the PowerPoint. The mobile is playing, so over the child, and the parents are in the back having an argument. The child is impacted by this argument. It is loud, it is scary, it's frightening. And one day, because this happens every day, the mobile falls and it drops and it breaks into many little pieces. So as the parents start to learn ways to take care of their child differently, they're picking up the pieces and the mobile starts to talk to them and explain that their child can hear them, that the baby is impacted by the yelling and the screaming, that their baby is holding on to this in their bodies. It's a beautiful message of how young infants experience trauma. I wish you were able to see it, but hopefully maybe we can find it. We can pull that up for you. So early experiences and how does it shape the brain? When we start to talk about trauma and how it affects the brain is really vulnerable. It's vulnerable as our cells have division and migration. Anybody familiar with neurons? Yeah, absolutely. So as babies are born, they're born with a set pair of neurons. And those neurons grow or they start to multiply due to experiences. When a child reaches a certain age, they start to prune. So without experiences, the child doesn't multiply the neurons that they need. Typically, we see things like substance abuse and smoking that can harm brain development, stress during pregnancy, domestic violence, toxic stress, also impact the brain development. So those neurons form pathways that become automatic responses. So the child starts to, with experiences, start to develop and increase those neurons. Brain activity during this period will really shape how this child is able to function. And I'm going to bring all this together in just a second. So neurons are based on experiences. They're impacted by experiences. So young children who experience adversity in very early stages start to it compromises their social emotional competencies within their brain. We see this as children enter school and classrooms. The other part of this is long-term consequences of unaddressed trauma. We start to see disassociation in young children. And what does that look like for young babies? And babies experience this as their primary way of experiencing trauma. they detach. I'm going to repeat that because someone's translating for me. So for young children, their primary defense mechanism is disassociation. And what does that look like? It is a child that detaches, a child that zones out. And infants do this. Sometimes they have this very still face and they're just kind of staring out. During this time, children are missing critical information, critical experiences, because without those experiences, we don't obtain that information. So that's what it looks like. So they're checking out. Some infants may escape their trauma by sleeping. So we see young infants that sleep for a really long time. And for some parents, it's like, oh, they're a great baby. They sleep all the time. They sleep all day, right? And so we're looking at it in a different way. So changing the way that parents may experience their child. Some infants will look zoned out or just startled face. And then in toddlers, we see a lot of the similar behaviors. But what we see is toddlers not responding to stimuli. Repetitive movements like the rocking, the swaying, sometimes potential failure to thrive. We also see these toddlers that are wanderers in their spaces. So in childcare, when you have a kid and it looks like they're trying to escape, they don't want to be here, the class is in circle time or in centers, this might be your little one that is wandering off and doing all the other things in the classroom. We typically see this in our toddlers. So traumatic responses, there's excessive emotional output for babies as well as toddlers, but sometimes we have to be aware. Not only do you see the crying, the constant yelling, the running about, the hitting, the biting. Biting is a big one, and usually in childcare, that's the one that's going to get called because you're puncturing other children. And so that's the time that families will get a tremendous amount of calls during that time. There's also the physiological arousal. So high, fast heartbeat, blood pressure. These are the kids that are really, really tense. They look like boards walking around. There's no way to just feel relaxed in the moment. Gastrointestinal distress. These are the little ones that they can't distinguish between whether they need to urinate or defecate. So it's really hard for them to understand certain sensations. You will also see that it is extremely challenging to toilet train young children that have experienced trauma. And we'll talk about that in a second. Psychological activation of survival strategies. So it's a lot of times a really difficult time to be able to problem solve, but you'll say, just take apart a doorknob handle or operate a cell. It is really hard for them to be able to do something that is developmentally on task. So we'll see a lot of precocious self-care. Changes to social interactions. You may see babies that very, very clingy, and sometimes the opposite, avoidance. And so no matter how much in the doctor's office, mom is trying to comfort this little baby, baby may appear stiff and pushing back from their primary caregiver. And so we'll see that a lot for little ones. And you also see the clinging, maybe dropping off at the child care center. No, don't go, clinging to their primary caregiver. So there's a study out there by Dr. Tronick and Weinberg. They are known for their contribution to developmental psychology, tremendous amount of work around maternal mental health, as well as the impact on infant care and infant affect. So they wrote in one of their studies that infants are not in a homeostatic balance or are emotionally dysregulated. They're distressed. So infants are. they are at the mercy of these states until these states are brought under control. So basically, if my body is so hyper aroused and I'm in this state, my focus and my energy goes to making my state, my energy balanced, and I cannot focus on anything else. So what happens in infants when they can't focus on anything else? They lose developmental milestones, opportunities for experiences. So now we start to see some developmental concerns in these infants. So this is why this is so important, because a lot of times these young children come in and we diagnose for other things, and they have missed crucial developmental milestones, crucial developmental opportunities to be able to grow, because their bodies have been focused on trying to reach balance again, and sometimes they don't. So according to, I'm going to mispronounce his name, Storr, he writes in some of his documentation and his research that nothing else that Dr. Tronick and Weinberg were responding to refers to that there's going to be a failure to continue to develop. So these infants forfeit potential opportunities for growth and development. So we see lagging developmental stages. And what we see there is a lag in children's abilities to be able, when they enter the classroom, to be able to have those same experiences. So you have a classroom with typical developing 3-year-olds, and then you have a kiddo that is really struggling to sit, to be a part of, to connect, to attach. And so we look at that as, oh no, there must be something wrong. And so we started throwing out all of the diagnoses. I think this is autism. I think this is ADHD. Those are my first calls. I think it's autism, and I want you to see my child. And then we do the assessment, and we realize, no, we're missing some pieces here. So let's go back. I think we could reduce a lot of our Kennedy Krieger weekly with the most appropriate assessments, because a lot of times we're looking at children that have not had experiences, and so that starts to look like other diagnoses as they come in. So how do we recognize signs of trauma in infants? So some of the signs, this is just a few, I wasn't able to give you everything, but these are the red flags that we look out for those children that are difficult to soothe, very, very, very fussy infants. And this is not during your typical stage. Right around anywhere between 6 to 8 weeks, children get a heightened need, they change. And so we're going to see some fussiness there. But this is the constant fussiness. It's really hard to soothe this baby, no matter how much you rock them, no matter how much you try to console. It is very difficult to do. Resistant to touch. This is the baby that you pick up and the back is arched, cats that arch their back. Very, very similar. So these are the babies that are non-responsive, or their responsivity is with crying or movement. Touch is very difficult for these children to endure. Sleep dysregulation. I include the infants that sleep all day with this, but you also have the kiddos that are just functioning on 1 hour sleep, if that. Mom or primary caregiver will say, oh, they sleep, they didn't go to bed until 11 p.m., and then they were back up at 12:30, and they didn't go back to sleep again. And that happens. We see kiddos that are functioning on 1 hour, 1.5 hours of sleep, and then it's really difficult for them when they're going into childcare settings, because what happens in childcare, there's a mandatory what? Nap time, right? And that's also the time that our providers are able to have some downtime or lesson planning time. So it's a really crucial time for our care providers, our childcare providers as well. Sometimes these children experiences may appear as dull and listless. They may lack eye contact, and that's the first thing people like to say. They don't make eye contact. It's what? There you go. It's autism, right? They come in the door, they don't make eye contact. It's surely something else. Rocking. Again, another symptom that we see that parents will relate to. There is something else going on. I think it's autism. So the rocking, you can even see the head banging, maybe in the crib or, maybe on the floor. Once they're that age to sit up, they may rock or bang their heads. Sudden or lack of motor control. So at a certain age, babies reach the developmental control of their movement. And these are the babies that are always feeling, they just can't get it together. Arms and legs are always and moving. They can't get control over it. And for our toddlers that enter into childcare or just our toddlers that are out there, they may experience motor control and not understanding that they hurt somebody. I'm running and I'm just running and I bump into you, or I'm sprawled out across the floor when everybody is sitting down, crisscross applesauce. That's what they say in childcare, crisscross applesauce. And so this child may be the sprawler that has to touch everything and everybody around them. And so it makes the other kids comfortable. Temper tantrums. Yeah, so that's number one. For infants, it's going to look a little different, but it is the constant crying. And then for our toddlers, it's, the biting, the screaming, the scratching. If you even look like you're going to say no, I'm going to go for your eyeballs. It's that kind of thing. And that's what happens. I had a client come into the office that was 2, and mom continued to say, oh, this is typical 2-year-old terrible twos. Are you familiar with terrible twos? So terrible twos, this mom came into the office, typical 2-year-old behavior. What we were watching was not typical 2-year-old behavior. This child came into the office, and I mean, everything was on the floor. So I work primarily as a play therapist. Everything that this child could get their hands on, everything, including things that were not, able to touch. Everything was on the floor, and mom was just devastated. She was depleted. She was defeated. She sat on the floor with the child. The child was pulling mom's hair out, and just handfuls. And mom just didn't know what to do, had just given up at that time. We started to talk more about what had been going on. And this had been generational trauma. And mom thought, I'm going to be different from my family. I'm going to do things different. And so mom's way of doing things different was to check out. I will not hit you. I will not say anything harmful to you. I will just check. And so mom had her own dissociation with this child. So it was working on with this particular family. I find that the children have lack of play. So many kids that come into my office no longer know how to play at all. And that's the most troubling part, to see a child walk in and not know how to do what they are wired to do. And so these children come in and they don't have any association with toys. And parents will say, oh, it's because, they just love their tablet, they love their cell phone. They have no way of connecting with anyone else. And so they lack a crucial skill in their development, which is their play. Feeding issues. We may see hoarding and gorging, or you may see children that just will not eat at all. So they struggle with that. Let's see. Sudden lack. Oh, I think I've repeated a few of these. I repeated a few of those. So in toddlers, it's very similar. We're going to see struggles with development in language and development overall. So a lot of times it is very difficult at a certain age to understand anything that the child is saying. And it's not even that you can just look at mom or primary caregiver and say, what did they say? No one can really understand. And so it's the frustration because they can't communicate with you. What happens in the brain if we miss those crucial developmental moments, it impacts overall development. And so language is a part of that. We see aggressive and fearfulness, and I mean rage. I'm not just talking about the aggressiveness of I hit you and I moved on. We're talking about actual rage in these little ones. I mean, they're going for blood. They are coming for you because no one appears to be safe. Excessively negative and oppositional. Right? We have a no plan, right? I think we've all have experienced a young child that has said no, no, no. But it is really different. Sometimes it's the only language that I have. The oppositional, if I think that you're about to say something negative, it's on, and I go back into my rage, and I do what I need to do to stay safe. Random and erratic play. I see a lot of dumping with toys, things falling off of like high tables or the top of the dollhouse. A lot of just kind of play that is erratic, and then everything just gets dumped on the floor, and then I start jumping on it, and then I start trying to break it, and start to throw things at you. And so then we have to start working on what does limit setting look like, because a lot of times I've not had that limit in my life. Once again, we see kids with difficulty with separation and a really hard time discriminating between strangers and caregivers. And sometimes my preference might be for the stranger. So a lot of times this is alarming for people. That child doesn't know me, and they just ran up to me and sat on my lap and, touching my face and rubbing my indiscriminate attachment is what this child is experiencing. And sometimes it might be safer with an adult that is unfamiliar, because you might be a little safer than these people that are supposed to be in charge of my caregiving, that have been so unpredictable and not safe for me. So we see that as well. Precocious self-care. Once again, we'll see a child that is able to take care of their basic needs. They can probably go in and fix a bottle for a little toddler sister or little baby sister, but they have a hard time. They still need to be changed. They need their diapers changed. They're unable to be successful with the toilet training. They may not be able to do some of the developmental typical skills for their developmental age, but they can do things like they can dress themselves and they can fix baby's bottle. I had one mom say, I don't have to get up in the morning because little Johnny can fix breakfast, and little Johnny can pour the cereal in the bowl, and little Johnny can make peanut butter sandwich. Little Johnny is 2. Little Johnny is 2, and little Johnny can get out the Wonder Bread and, get the knife, although it's a butter knife, get the knife and spread the peanut butter on there. But meeting developmental milestones that where little Johnny should be in his development are extremely difficult. And so parents and caregivers look at little Johnny as, well, he just doesn't want to do it because he can make a sandwich, and he can get himself dressed, and he can, do all of these other things, but he can't do the things that we're asking him to do. So we see a lot of precocious self-care with these children. Random acts of aggression, visceral reaction to frustration. So this child may be the kiddo that falls down, and some kids can pop back up. They may cry, they have a few tears, but this is the child that gets really angry if you start to try to comfort. Well, let me help you with that. Can I see? Can I give you a Band-Aid? This is the child that will, once again, try to scratch your eyeballs out because you were trying to help and support. See here. We talked about gorging food, difficulty with transitions. This is a main cue, a red flag for a lot of kids that are struggling, that are dealing with the impacts of trauma. So being able to transition is extremely challenging for children. And I also include transition, not only something physical that the child needs to do, but when people enter and exit the room, that is another form of transition that we never count. And so for those kiddos, people entering the room, and we see this a lot in childcare. We see this a lot in childcare when who comes into the room? Other parents dropping off their kids. So each time that's a transition. We have the person that is providing the lunch or bringing in materials into the classroom. All of these things are considered transitions, and it's really hard for the child to manage their reactions to the multiple transitions throughout the day. Memory problems. Once again, I have precocious self-care, so I can do the things that are way above my developmental expectant age. However, can't remember that you told me to take my shoes off and put them, under the table. That is really challenging for me to do. Memory problems are an area that we see a lot of struggle. Controlling. I come in, I want everything, it's all mine, and that's typical development. These are the kids that will control parents, control caregivers. They delay a lot of the transitions because I need to control this moment. We talked about inability to play, misinterpreting facial expressions and body language. I come with you with a smile, and I have to be very careful of that because I'm a smiler. I smile all the time, and I laugh. So I always have to be very cautious of my face when working with young children because sometimes my smile is met as a misinterpreted message that I might harm you. I don't know what that means. I don't know if I can trust it. And so children, young infants, and toddlers will have a misinterpretation of sometimes what your facial expressions may mean. And then overall hypervigilant. So when we start to talk about young children, we have to look at attachment styles when we're thinking about trauma in young children. Are you all familiar with the attachment styles? Secure attachment. So well-adjusted, so characteristics of a child might be well-adjustment, curious, confident. They seek mastery, so they keep trying. So if I didn't put the blocks together, it's okay. They fell, I'm gonna put them back together again. Persistence and able to cope with different challenges, and overall pleasant. And so these are the kiddos that come into our childcare environments, and they're easy to work with because their temperament and probably the teacher's temperament might be a good blend. Home dynamics may look like caregivers that are nurturing, that have emotional and strength maturity. Caregivers that respond quickly and warmly when the child is crying. Caregivers that play and interact with the child. And then on the other hand, we have insecure, avoidant attachment. And what does that look like? And I won't read the whole thing, I'll let you read that. But we see a lot of children that might be withdrawn emotionally. They may melt down a lot, have flat affect, oppositional, uncomfortable with connection, really uncomfortable with connection. So caregivers might be dismissive of the child's needs and emotions. Caregivers might feel overwhelmed by the child's needs. Lack of support. Caregivers have a lack of support. So we're always looking at who's here to support you. When we're dealing with children that are experiencing trauma, who supports? A lot of times we find that this family is alone. They've moved multiple times and there's very limited support. Caregivers may provide for a child's physical needs. So I make sure you're clean and you're fed and your diapers are changed. But the emotional impact, I can't be available. I don't have the opportunity to be available. And so then we look at insecure and ambivalent. So once again, we see clingy and demanding, a low tolerance for frustration, fidgety, right? What does that sound like? ADHD, right? We find that caregivers' responsiveness is usually inconsistent. Caregivers lack, once again, support systems. As you'll see, a theme is support. Support systems. Who do you have? Caregivers might feel overwhelmed by responsibilities of life. They may experience physical and mental illness, domestic violence, addiction. They may have trouble with financial resources, and sometimes they experience single parenthood. And then we have the disorganized attachment, where we have hypervigilant. The child may be highly reactive to the sensory in their environment. The parents you could have one or two abusive parents. There's a chronic exposure to domestic violence. Caregivers may experience some type of illness, whether it is a mental illness or addiction. And families may be constantly moving for avoidance. So how do we create a trauma-informed environment? Well, one, we have safe supportive spaces. Safe supportive spaces, not just for the children, but for their primary caregivers. Routines need to be consistent and predictable. And helping families to understand the importance of caregiver responsiveness. It's how we respond. So going back to that classroom, the classroom I attended, I was called out for a child that I had been working with, having a lot of struggles in the child care community. The child was 2 years old. What the school did not understand about what's happening with this kiddo is that mom and dad had been arrested about maybe 4 weeks previously. And so this child coming into the classroom is an eyeball scratcher. This child, you come near this child will scratch your eyeballs, this child will pull your hair, this child will bite you, kick you, whatever. And so it was really challenging for the care providers to continue to provide care. So they were looking at ways that could we find another center that might be a little more supportive for this child. Then they realized that they could say a magic word. And so their magic word is, we're gonna call the popo. And so every time they would say, if they call the popo, little Johnny would freeze. Little Johnny wouldn't move, and he was in a state of frozen state. And so a lot of times providers chuckled because they thought, that's all we need to say, but it keeps little Johnny safe. He's not going to run out that door. And we'd rather say it to keep little Johnny in the classroom and have little Johnny try to run out. But what they failed to realize is every time they were saying this, what happened for little Johnny is little Johnny experienced a raid in his home. And his caregivers were taken by uniformed police officers, and he never saw them again. So we don't know the narrative that was created in little Johnny's head. And constantly he was reminded, as the caregivers would say, call the popo. And call the popo, and little Johnny would instantly freeze. And so the importance of caregiver responsiveness, as well as culturally informed language. So we find that when we have sensitive and attuned caregiving, it supports regulation. It helps infants to support their regulation. If you remember, when infants are dysregulated, they're trying to find homeostasis, and until they can achieve homeostasis, nothing else, they forfeit development. They forfeit opportunity to move on. So without having homeostasis, kids forfeit opportunities for development. Those neurons are pruning, and we start to see developmental concerns. When consistently held in a regulated state, the child develops the ability to be able to manage their own emotions. And that's really what it's about, being able to manage our own emotions. Until this time, we need a co-regulator. And if we don't support our adults, our primary caregivers, then we lack opportunity to find co-regulators that can help children. There is a resource, and I can make sure that's sent to you. It's lookthroughtheireyes.org. That's where I found the Baby Mobile video. It's a lot of great resources for young children experiencing trauma. So Look Through Their Eyes, they're based out of Illinois. I'm gonna move quickly. My client actually drew this, so I left it on. I was waiting for mom to come out of the bathroom. I thought I could quickly, start typing on the PowerPoint. My client came over and drew a circle, so then I just allowed that to stay. So yeah. So if we genuinely aim to increase significant positive changes for children that are dealing with toxic stress, it's imperative if we're going to do this work that we focus on their caregivers, the adults that are caring for them, whether it is primary caregivers as well as our competent child care system. We need to support our child care system. We have all these great trainings, and we don't have time for our providers to be able to lead the work that they're doing, to be able to support the learning so that they can increase their knowledge and grow. And so in that breakout session, that's one of the things that I would love to see focus on. I'm gonna move through because I just saw my time here. So when we're treating trauma advanced concepts, looking at developmental focus, ages and stages questionnaire. Anybody familiar with this questionnaire? Few people. Ages and stages questionnaires, developmental questionnaires. We could get these in our pediatrician's offices. If we could get these in our Head Starts, in our well, I know Judy Center is using it, but we can find a consistent use that we are sharing these developmental stages and information. As a therapist, I share them with my pediatricians all the time. Having a support team, early intervention, occupational therapy, speech language therapy, physical therapy, behavioral intervention is having folks focused on the cognition, so mental health providers, psychologists, pediatricians for the physical health, investing in individual psychotherapy, so forms of trauma-focused CBT, which does not focus on children younger than the age of 3, EMDR, prolonged exposure, relationship-based work. Dan Hughes came to provide attachment work for a team of us, and that was so instrumental to the work that we are all doing. So we're able to provide for that for attachment work that we were seeing. It was a big crisis in our community. Dyadic focus, so child parent psychotherapy, reflective practicing, home visiting, investing in our home visiting programs, family support programs, and other parent-child programs and combinations of all. Here are a few screening tools. If you're not familiar with them, I'd be happy to talk to any of you about them. Some are costly, and then some are, there's one up here some are free. Sorry, there are some that are free, but here are some diagnostic screening tools that we can invest in making sure that our providers are trained in using so that we are able to capture early on. Early intervention is key to the work that we are all doing because it starts in utero. It starts in utero. So if we can support our maternal mental health, and not just early childhood mental health, that's where I come in, but if we can support maternal mental health, we can really make a difference. Some other resources here that I've been able to provide for you. So a lot of my information came from the Harvard Center Child, the Trauma Academy, and other resources that you can use as a National Child Traumatic Stress Network. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Latrice, for starting us off. As a clinician, a lot of things you covered, I wasn't taught in social work school, and I certainly wasn't taught anywhere else. So I definitely needed information. So it's my opportunity to introduce our next speaker, who is Lesa Lee, who I had the pleasure of being able to do both of my internships under and have been able to partner lots of times with Lesa on projects. And so Lesa's a seasoned clinician and a dynamic executive leader with over 2 decades of comprehensive experience in the mental health care field. As the Chief Clinical Officer for All Seasons since 2008, she leads a robust team of more than 40 clinicians, instilling a culture of excellence and resilience within the organization, as well as leading the team to be all trauma certified. Lesa Lee's leadership, clinical prowess, and unwavering dedication to service are fundamental to the growth and impact of All Seasons. Her relentless pursuit of improving mental health care, accessibility, and quality continues to drive the organization forward, leaving a profound impact on the community. Welcome, Lesa. No, we click right above it.
Yeah, that'd be so weird.
We'll just, nope, that's fine. Oh, you don't have one, okay.
Yeah.
So can we pull this down?
I think it's just weird to see my face up there as I'm talking. Feels kind of weird. Thanks, Jonathan. Good morning. It's still morning. I actually will do this first. So I wanted to start out by thanking Ms. Shore for having me here today. I have the privilege to be able to talk to you about children and adolescents. And as I look around the room, I know that there are some incredible clinicians that I've had the privilege to work with. And so I know that when we're making referrals in the community, whether it's with young children, our population that I'll be talking about, or older adults, that our community is in really good hands. So I'd like to start off with a story. And the story starts with myself as a young clinician, and I came out of social work school thinking, I am going to save the world. And I was super excited about that. And I realized 3 years into my career how incredibly wrong I was about how I could save the world. And I was blessed to have several adolescents, young children, adolescents, tell me, I think it was like the week of, you're the worst therapist, I effing hate you. And there were lots and lots of curse words. And so at that point in my career, I decided I'm going to either be a coffee girl, because who doesn't like people serving coffee? Everyone wants coffee. Or I'm going to immerse myself and find somebody that I can do some training under. And so I was blessed to find an amazing supervisor in Virginia. And I'm not originally from the shore, and so I made the mistake of traveling every Friday to Virginia. Yeah, in the summertime, that was kind of a weird thing, which I've learned. And so I traveled and learned a lot from her. I did a lot of trainings through the Forensics Institute and realized that that I had to act as a different clinician, and was very, like I said, privileged to have learned from a lot of great people. And so my hope is that you will take a nugget or two, because I know that there's very experienced people in this room, but that you can possibly take a nugget or two from the talk today about children and adolescents. And Latrice did such an amazing job of keying us up for the early childhood. And I will just do a plug that the earlier the intervention, the better we are with our kids. And so if we can really get them at an early age, I think that we're going to be doing great things for our community as a whole. Because when we get to see them at an older age, it becomes a little bit more challenging to do the treatment. And so thank you, Latrice, for queuing us up for those young kids. Now I will put my glasses on so that I can see. And so Latrice gave us a little bit of a definition of what trauma looks like. And so I just want to explain through some of my trainings, and something that resonated with me was I see trauma in two ways, that there is a developmental trauma and that there is like a physical or sexual trauma. And for me, I treat that a little bit differently. And so an example of a physical trauma would be, I was working with a young girl early in her development. She, her biological mother threw some scissors, hit the kid in the eye, and she has thus now lost her eye. But when she was in session with her grandmother, who was her caretaker, she made a movement as we were talking about it like this. And so the kind of work that I get privileged to do is being able to work with a physical or sexual trauma. And those are where there was a defensive action, if you will, that couldn't have been met because, you know, of the situation. And so that's one type of trauma. The other type of trauma, and Latrice did a lovely job of talking about the attachment or the developmental trauma. And so part of what I will talk about today is and a lot about the developmental trauma. For those of you who are familiar, you may have heard about Bessel van der Kolk, and he and some colleagues did some research and wrote this lovely paper about that there's 7 domains that are impacted by trauma. And so I'm going to just go over those, and some of them I'll go a little bit more in depth about. Some of them we'll keep it a little bit separate, because we've heard for some of the trauma stuff. So the first part that is impacted by trauma would be the biology, right? And so Latrice did a really lovely job of talking about how the brain develops. And so I'd just like to add to some of that for you. So we know that during a stressful event, someone who's experienced trauma may react on the lower parts of their brain. So this is true for everybody, but when I'm looking at children and adolescents, I'm looking at that there's parts of their brain that sometimes that they're not using because they're experiencing maybe a traumatic reaction. And so we use higher parts of our brain that inform the lower parts of our brain that this is a safe situation, this is okay. And so when there's no more danger, we inhibit that older system to go ahead and calm down. And so what happens is when we have repeated traumas, those systems, I love this example that years and years ago someone described. It's like they have a faulty car alarm. And so what happens is that sometimes there's this faulty car alarm inside of their brain that says, danger, 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 and it goes over and over and over. And their brain is unable to shut that or soothe that, okay? And so one of the things that we're doing is we're looking at all those things, this part, during treatment. And so if we look at, you know, maybe already aware of like the hand model, right? So here's our cortex, here's our limbic system, and then here is our brain stem. And one of the, I can't remember the guy, I see his name is not Alan Shore, it's one of the others, but he talks about flipping your lid. And so sometimes what happens with trauma, in particular with kids and adolescents, because their brains are not developed, is they flip their lid and then they react from the older parts of their brain stem. So that's the biology part. We know that another part of the brain or another part of the domains that's impacted by trauma are affect regulation. And so affect regulation begins early on with just being able to identify internal emotional experiences. So, oh, I have a sad feeling. Oh, I have a mad feeling. And so one of the things that, you know, we do when we talk about development, right, is when we see a kid and they have maybe a feeling come up, I might say, oh, you're really mad, or oh, that's a mad feeling. And so I'm helping them initially to describe maybe what I'm seeing. And believe me, like a lot of these kids will tell you, that's not it, I'm whatever else it might be. And the other thing that I think is really important for us as a community to do is, I don't know if you've ever seen a kid, there's always those great images online where they're going like this, and they're like really excited about something. And so obviously we start off with like the basic emotions, sad, mad, happy, glad. But when I see things like that, I want to help make sense of those emotions too, right? Because we want to give them an ability to start to describe that internal sense. And so I might say, oh, you look like you're feeling proud. And they might get a big smile on their face. And so our job, right, is to help them identify those internal feelings and states. And what happens is that when they are experiencing repeated traumas, they don't have anyone teaching them to do that, right? And so that's how affect regulation starts, is being able to describe what's happening inside. And then they have to interpret those states correctly, right? So if I'm saying, oh, you have some feelings coming up, oh, you have some sadness coming up, they have to be able to interpret that that's sadness. And again, most kids, if they don't know, they're gonna kind of look at you like, I don't know what you're talking about, lady. Or they might say, no, you know, it's this feeling instead. And sometimes the misinterpretation comes because no one has taught them how to identify those feelings. And then so due to some of those difficulties in being able to regulate and self-soothe, they can express their feelings through numbing, through anger or rage, through shame. And I want to be really clear about the difference between shame and guilt. So shame is a reflection on self. So there is something wrong with me, whereas guilt is a reflection on my behavior. And one of the things that we're often trying to do at treatment is we want kids to feel a little bit guilty for their behavior, like they feel bad, and then we teach them how to make amends for that. And kids with trauma oftentimes go to shame. And so there'll be a lot of shame rage. So they'll, if they feel shame, they might like lash out at you or get really angry with you or try to push that shame onto you. Or another reaction might be to kind of go away or to kind of come inward and try to hide. And so one of the things that I would recommend for any of the treatment providers, or if there's folks who are caretakers, is to look for the kids who maybe are experiencing shame. And so if we're correcting them, what we want to do is if they're having a large reaction to that, is we maybe want to become curious if they're experiencing shame, and then we can help them work through that. Some kids who have, kids or adolescents who have difficulty in self-regulation and self-soothing can also be apathetic or indifferent, or they just avoid emotions altogether. And the problem with that is we can't avoid just hard emotions, right? The sadness or despair is we also avoid joy and pleasure. And so one of the things that happens a lot with kids who've experienced trauma, or kids or adolescents who've experienced trauma, is they've learned to numb or make all their feelings go away, including the joy and happiness. And so I love what Latrice said about the play, because in play we can find joy. And when kids are not experiencing joy, that is definitely, or through play or through experiences, that's one of the things that we want to help teach them. Another area that is impacted by, one of the other domains that's impacted by trauma is dissociation. And so for those of you who may be familiar with the term window of tolerance, so the window of tolerance is our ability to manage emotion. And so I don't call it, some kid called it the squishy middle. So in the squishy middle here of my hands is when we're all like present, able to concentrate. We're using our cortex, our frontal cortex, and we're present in the moment. And what happens is kids who experience dissociation go to hypoarousal, so that's underneath. And that is, and I think Latrice did a really lovely job of saying, it's a very protective strategy that oftentimes is learned early on, even through infancy. And so it becomes a strategy of how to disconnect when things get really hard. And so that's a lot of things that I see in my office as well, is kids who learn to sort of tune out and go away. In particular, when there is like affection or hard topics. And just to finish the loop, even though we're talking about dissociation, the higher end, and so if we go up here, that's hyperarousal. And so that's going to be your high freeze. So the internal body is really anxious, but they almost look really still on the outside. And so that would be high freeze. So this is my favorite part, the behavioral control, right? And so this is what gets our kids into our office, is the struggles with managing behaviors. And so there's two types. There's over-controlled and under-controlled behavioral patterns. And I'll just go over a few with y'all. So what we see would be maybe aggressive or oppositional. And so those are the kids who might be coming in with a diagnosis of oppositional defiant disorder. Some kids might be coming in with conduct disorder, and they could be really demanding. And I kind of giggle because those are sort of my favorite, like these the over-controlled or uncontrolled behavioral patterns. They like, you know where you stand. They hate you. They want to let you know that they don't like you. And they're going to just like scream it to the world. And so they can be very demanding. It's funny because I have a lot of, the parents will come in, because the kids aren't going to be like, yes, Miss Lesa, I am stealing and hoarding and I am lying like crazy. They don't come in. That's really what the parents are saying. And so with this kid, she was hilarious. She made me laugh so hard. She came in and her parents were telling me a little bit about some of the struggles. And so I was walking them outside because I happened to be at a different office at that time. So walking them outside, I kid you not, it was pitch black. And she looked at me, she goes, is it dark outside? And I said, well, what do you think? And she said, no. And I said, okay. I mean, it's like crazy. Like, why would you like it doesn't like stuff doesn't even make sense in these terms. And so so crazy lying, hoarding, stealing. A lot of parents will talk about finding wrappers in the kids' rooms, or like they're stealing food. And again, one of the things that I'm going to encourage us all to stay curious about is, and help our parents to stay curious about, is what's the purpose of the behavior, right? So there's a story behind that. Kids aren't like born and they're like, I cannot wait to lie, steal, and cheat and manipulate everybody. That's not how kids are born, at least in my opinion. And so that's an under control behavior pattern. Tantrums and outbursts, and yeah, and they have them in your office, and the parents are like, you know, at first parents are like, they're doing this. You want me to videotape them? I'm like, no, I do not want you to videotape them. And then all of a sudden, when they have a meltdown, they're like, see, I'm like, I totally believed you. I know it's happening. And so they might have tantrums in your office, or I have a whole new level of empathy for, you know, parents in like Target or something like that, and kids are melting down, because that happens a lot too. We don't know anybody's story, right? And so we don't know if that kid is coming from a household that's filled with trauma, or we don't know if that's just a kid melting down because they didn't get a snack or a nap that day. And so I think for all of us, one of the things that we can do as a community is just recognize that everyone might be struggling and we don't know everybody's story. Okay, so other kids, high risk taking, we see that a lot in our adolescent population in particular. That might be drinking, drugs, self-injury. And so here's what I would say about any of those. Those are also, just like dissociation, very protective in nature. And so those are ways that kids or adolescents figure out how do they keep themselves protective. I see that as a part of them, and that's how we frame that is, oh yes, there's this part of you that is cutting or drinking or whatever it might be. And so I get the privilege of working with a little bit older also, and then we can have those conversations about, you know, this is a protective part, and what does it serve? What's the purpose of it for you? And oftentimes it is a way to feel, to not feel, because of their experiences in their household. If we see over-controlled behavior patterns now, that might be compulsive compliance. And so like Latrice said about the infants who maybe are sleeping a lot, and the parents are like, oh my gosh, they're so awesome, they sleep all the time. It's the same thing for compulsively compliant kids. It could be, now here's the thing, let's be very clear on this. This could just be a kid who's compliant, maybe he's not having a history of trauma, but we want to take all of the symptoms into context and their whole story. And so if this is a kid who is always pleasing, and always wanting to do the right thing, and you know, never disobedient, we might get curious again about that, because it could be nothing at all. But it could also be a way for them as a strategy to not upset everyone. So if they're in foster care, it could be, you know, everyone was angry, I had to keep quiet because if I was too disruptive, I might get hurt in them. So again, it's a strategy. Resistance to change in routines. And so that's those transitions, or, you know, those kids who are like, at 8 o'clock we're going where, and 8:10 we're going where, and they need the ritual. And then, oh my goodness, God forbid, you change that ritual. Like, it is a meltdown for them. And it's not because they're bad kids, right? Or adolescents. It's because this is a strategy, or they haven't been taught a skill that they need to be taught. Because for us as a community, that's what we're doing, is we're trying to teach these kids and adolescents skills, inflexible routines, rituals, rigid control of food intake. So these are the kids who maybe the parents come in and say that they're very picky eaters, or they will only have chicken nuggets. Like, this is my kid. My child will only eat at McDonald's. Oh, okay. And so the control is, or the rigid is, I'm only going to do this, and I'm going to be in charge of that. And so again, for us, I think the question really is what's the purpose of this behavior? What does it serve? And let's remain curious about that. And then I would end this section, I guess, with saying that my opinion would be is the more controlling the kid is, the more that kid is probably sitting in fear. And we need to help them to figure out how to soothe so that they don't have to sit in fear. And I would say that one of the most challenging things is how do we get kids to give up control, especially when they come from places where they had to be in control, because if they didn't, they could have died. And that's really the reality is for a lot of these kids is they take on these strategies because if they didn't, they could have died. They could have not been surviving in the environment that they were in. I know that sounds really dramatic, but really is true. Okay, so another area that is impacted by trauma would be cognition, so the way that we think. And so that would be a lot of kids who maybe come in with inattention, lack of concentration, maybe excessive worries, fears, repetitive thoughts, poor memory. And again, like Latrice queued us up for, is those are the kids who are coming in with maybe a diagnosis already of ADHD, and or maybe autism or some type of kid on the spectrum. But a lot of times I'll see kids with ADHD and then adolescents with I'm bipolar or I have a borderline personality. And I'm like, not till you're 18, we can't diagnose that. And I would invite everybody, I know that we're going to have some speakers talk a little bit about the adult population, but I'd invite everybody to consider that any of the personality disorders are really just unresolved trauma. And or unresolved attachment issues. And so again, here's my second plug for earlier intervention, the better, because when we're working with adults, because I also see adults, they have had many more years of these strategies than the kids. And so it's really challenging to be able to help them a little bit later in life. Let's see. So self-concept is another area that I've got two more to go over with you. So self-concept, so these are kids or adolescents who come in with low self-esteem. They tend to blame themselves or sometimes see themselves as helpless. And there's this tendency because, I mean, we're all in this field, and whether it's with our own children or in this field or just in general, we want to say nice things to these kids. We want to, really encourage them. And I would say, absolutely, let's encourage them. Let's give them tools and things that they need. But a lot of times they reject the good that we're trying to offer them. And so I'd invite people to be able to study that with them, right? And so I'm going to say some really kind words to you, and I would just like to see what happens as I say those words. And or we're looking at them to figure out, my time is not up yet. Really fun. But I would say that, some of those kids that, sorry, I totally just, what was I talking about? Christina, help me. What was I talking? No, she can't even figure it out. You got distracted too. I mean, ADHD, right? Accepting compliments. Thank you. I was just googling with you. So accepting compliments, right? So again, I'd invite people to say, so what happens when I say these kind? Because a lot of times it's not that we don't want to say the kind words. It's not that we don't want to give them the good stuff. But a lot of times these kids who've experienced trauma have a really hard time taking that in, and they don't trust us. They are like, why are you saying that? Like, are you trying to con me? Like, what's the purpose of this? And even our adult population, as you might hear, they're going to have some of those problems if this is, something that they haven't dealt with. And so I would say that, yes, let's feed them, but let's also get curious about what's making it hard for them to take in that information. Attachment, and Latrice did a lovely job of talking about the 4 attachment styles. And I put attachment feed off of Latrice in my notes. And so I figured you were going to hit that. And so attachment is really the deep, enduring connection established between the child and the caregiver in the first years of life. And so it really is meant to develop the trust and security and desire of closeness, especially and most importantly in times of stress, right? And so that first year attachment cycle is so important. It's where the baby has a need, baby expresses a need. Now, not by like, hey, feed me, right? By crying. And then the parent or the caretaker, meets that need by feeding, changing poopy diapers, whatever it might be. And that attachment cycle happens over and over. So that's such a foundation so that if that goes awry, if that doesn't happen early on in childhood, then what we do is we see these kids with some attachment challenges. And one of the things that I would encourage folks to think about is, if we see kids with attachment challenges, then their view of the world, their internal working model gets shifted, right? And so if we have a secure attachment, so we trust our caregivers, then our view of the world is I am safe, my caregivers are safe, and the world is safe. But when attachment goes awry, that gets disrupted. And so when it goes awry, then we have problems with boundaries. So they might go up to a stranger and they might give them a hug. If you're a clinician, they may come up to you and give you like a big "I love you," and you're like, "Well, you don't even know me." And so it's really, for me as a clinician, it's really important that we set those boundaries early on. Sweetie bump, hugs are safe for mommies and daddies or caregivers or whoever's taking care of the child at that time. And so we have to do that early on. When it goes awry, again, there is a distrust and a reliance on their self. There's so many adolescents that I have the privilege of working with that are like, "I've got it. I don't need anyone." And I'm thinking, oh, my heart is hurting for you, because part of how we are born is to connect. That is inborn to us. And what they've learned to do is just rely on themselves. A lot of rigid control, so they're very controlling. They want to be in charge. Constant questions with no relief. And so a parent can be talking and offering strategies or ideas, and there's like no relief with that parent's answers. Again, that trust. A lot of social isolation. And so this can happen intentionally or unintentionally. So these are kids who, may go to school and it might be really challenging for them to have peer relationships because of their own attachment styles. And it could be unintentional. And so I think of that when I'm working with kids who have maybe an anxious attachment style and or adolescents. And so these are the kids who tend to be really clingy with parents. And depending on the parent's capacity, the parents can unintentionally reject, and then it creates that pattern. And that's one of the things, maybe a potential nugget, is what we're looking for are patterns of behaviors, right? And so if that kid is super clingy because they're super anxious, and that parent has a hard time managing that, again, unintentionally, they can be rejecting that child and then creating that pattern over and over. Interpersonal difficulties, the lack of reciprocity in relationships, so the give and take in relationships, that they have a hard time learning. The way that they see themselves in relation to others, so they'll make an assumption about how we see them. You think I'm this way. And so they'll make assumptions, and typically, let's face it, if this is a kid who's experiencing trauma, it's not going to be pleasant. They're going to assume that we're seeing them in some type of negative way. They also have a difficult time attuning to other people's emotional distress. Again, that might be, and we want to do differential diagnoses. We want to make sure that this isn't a child who's on the spectrum or an adolescent on the spectrum. But I might be feeling some type of pain, and they have no idea, what my experience is, because they can't attune to that. Most likely because they can't attune to their own pain, or see pain or experiences in their own selves. And then they have an increased vulnerability to stress, often need help in regulating their self due to their own hyperactivity or poor self-control or numbness that they experience. And then what happens is this leads to their own help, their own limitations in help-seeking behavior. Because one of the things that happens when we're looking at secure attachments or secure behaviors is that in times of stress, you're going to somebody. There's a reach, right, to that person. And kids who've experienced trauma, kids or adolescents who've experienced trauma, they don't reach for somebody. They say, I'm going to do it on my own. That's a really big indicator. Okay, Lesa, that sounds really doom and gloom. So what do we do about it, right? And so this is one of the first steps. And as Katie had talked about early on, Katie and Alisha, part of what we do is we educate ourselves, right? And so whether we're with an agency or in a practice we're educating ourselves on how do we become more trauma informed. And, you know, if we're at larger agencies, we're looking at our policies and procedures. So at daycare centers, at schools, we're looking at how can we best be informed about the language we're using. You know, I did a training in Dorchester County, like a long, like, I don't know, like 3 or 4, maybe even 4 or 5 years ago. And we were talking about, you know, how could we change words? And so one of the things that we had said is, okay, so how could we change the word lazy to something that's more trauma informed? And then somebody who was a teacher said, when we said, okay, so if we say the word lazy, what do you say? And they say unemployed. That's not trauma informed, right? And so what I would invite us all to do as a community is, how are we talking about things? And I'm going to be really explicit here, which it might make people uncomfortable, but you know, if we're walking in the grocery store and we say, man, I just got raped by that, whatever, it's not trauma informed. We don't know who's listening. We don't know who's around. We don't know people's experiences. So I'd have us look internally as people in that room, and then globally as, you know, folks who are, you know, working in agencies or in, you know, places like schools. The other thing that I would say, and I would like to add to what Latrice said, which is, you know, we absolutely, and again, this is just how I practice. And so we all do things different, which is absolutely fine. I think it's so important to include the parents. I will tell you, I can't tell you how many parents come in and they have no idea what they're doing. And they become so vulnerable at some point to be able to say, I am so stuck, like, I don't know what I'm doing. And majority of the time they have their own histories of trauma. So we're trying to work with them through their own histories, as well as trying to educate them on how do they help their own child. And you know, there was a story that Latrice was talking about, and I'm trying to recall, and the reaction of the room was, oh. And what I would say is, not only do we have to recognize the experience of the child, but we have to recognize the experience of the parent. And so sometimes we could internally get a little bit judgmental, also because we're protective of the child, and we have to think about how do we help resource the parent as well. And I would say that the other people that I'd like to keep in mind are spiritual leaders in the community, our coaches. I mean, I can't tell you, like, I feel so blessed. I have an 11 and 13-year-old, and the teachers, shout out to St. Michael's Elementary and Middle. The teachers and staff there have been just a blessing, and the coaches that my children have been involved in, it has been such an amazing experience. And then there was an experience where that wasn't happening. And thank goodness, as a parent, I can explain things to my kids. But remember, some parents don't know how to explain that. And so again, I'd invite us all as a community to watch our own language, to watch what's happening when if we're have to be providers as therapists or teachers or caregivers. You know, how are you feeling and thinking about the situation when you're in, you know, with your child? I know for myself, I'm either, if I'm starting to get dysregulated or feel something, it's because I'm feeling a little bit incompetent or unsure. And so how do I get myself to a place where I can be the best parent, the best clinician, you know, a good, you know, leader at the agency? And I'd invite us all to be able to do that. And I think that job being a trauma-informed community. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Lesa. So we do have on the schedule at 10:45, we were going to conduct a break. I know that we started a little bit later. Does the group here feel that we need to take a break, or should we proceed into the next presentation? Break? All right, let's do it then. We're going to take a break until 11 o'clock and then we'll resume, all right? Thank you. All right. Yeah, seems to be doing just fine.
I mean, you can still be. I think you can still see it. I can okay, like.
I'd have to be like literally right here and be at the screen.
Well, can we over here? Yeah, I mean,
Then I just kind of ultimately holistic.
What about this? What about this movie?
Okay, I guess so.
Let me see.
That's how I kind of had it originally, like planned, but
we want to see we want to be able to see the TV too.
yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out the best
Okay.
way to like get the speaker and the TV in it. I'm gonna turn it on real quick, and then if you could let me know if that's good, we'll adjust it a little bit more. All right. Are you able to see the PowerPoint screen now? Or do you need to be
Yes.
closer?
Some of it's cut off just a little, but it's not terrible.
Like that?
Yeah, that's helpful.
Okay.
Just helpful to have, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's
Hey, are you still able to see the PowerPoint and the speaker in the screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Hi guys, we're going to get started here shortly. We will do so get back to your seats. We'll be starting in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. Our next, and thank you all again for joining us. Our next speaker is Kris Locus, whose pronouns are they, she. Kris is a certified peer recovery specialist and a certified trauma recovery. Kris is passionate about using their lived experience as a non-binary peer BIPOC to highlight the necessity and value of peers in all spaces. Excuse me. Now Kris works as a Transitional Age Youth TAY coordinator for Honor Own of Midtown, working to advocate for the inclusion of young adults as equal partners in the process of system change on local, state, and national levels. As the TAY coordinator, Kris's work serves to empower young adults by connecting them to leadership and professional development opportunities, events, and trainings, develop and coordinate tailored trainings and technical assistance to youth serving programs, while also mentoring aspiring peers and advocates through the peer recovery specialist certification process. I give you Kris.
Hello, everyone. So I tend to have a soft voice. I will try my hardest to project. So I hope everyone can hear me okay. I'm just gonna like eyeball each table real quick. Everyone can, good? Okay, great. So hi, I'm Kris Locus. My pronouns are they, she. Thank you for the lovely introduction. I'm so excited to be here. I am here with Honor of Maryland, and I am just still very new in the role. It's been about a year or a month. And I happily work to support young adults in advocating for the care that they deserve to receive in various systems. And I'm trying to remember, okay, great. So moving on to what we are talking a little bit about today. So in general, I guess a little background. I am somebody who identifies as queer. I'm also someone who identifies as a Black woman. and a non-binary person. And with those different intersectionalities, I have been able to support others who may feel similarly. And in general, for the presentation, I'm hoping that educating you all about the disparities, the stereotypes, the stigmas, and the barriers to receiving care within these communities can hopefully contribute to a more trauma-informed community in general. And so with that, I do have like a few disclaimers. Number one, I am not the monolith for all things Black and queer. So I am bringing my lived experience to this presentation. So it's going to be a lot of things that I have personally experienced and things that I have, of course, researched, and most importantly, I think things that have been shared with me through my duration of being in this role and prior to this role. So that is a combination of all these different voices in this training. But we're not going to touch on everything, of course. There are so many various barriers and things that can happen for young adults that can change how they show up in the world and how they respond to care. And so I just want to make that very clear that that is not my role here. I'm hoping that I can provide insight and maybe we can start a curious conversation around how we can support Black and queer individuals in a more trauma-informed way. And with that being said, we're going to start at the top with peeling back the layers. And what is really important with this portion is that I thought it was really important to start with some statistics, which I can go 50-50 with statistics, if I'm being honest. I understand the importance of them, and I'm very grateful for them, but they're never going to show the full picture. That's number one. Number two, it is sometimes very challenging for me to look at statistics because I remember that these are people behind these numbers. And so I want to be mindful of that. And I guess I'm saying this to hopefully be offered a little grace if I have a challenging time talking about this, because I think about myself when I talk about these numbers and how challenging it was for me being a younger adult going through these things. And so this quote here is from the Trevor Project. Being Black in the United States has its own unique experiences coupled with its own specific challenges, and very little is known how to address the needs of the Black LGBTQ youth. So with that being said, hopefully you'll be able to kind of see it. This is a chart from, once again, the Trevor Project. So this is all within the same study. And it is the mental health of Black LGBTQ youth. That will not be the first or the last time that I butcher that acronym. So I apologize in advance, compared to all youth. And so as you can see, the blue is the Black LGBTQ youth, and the green is all LGBTQ youth. And as you can see across the board, it's very similar. There are similar rates around depressed mood, suicidality. And the reason why this is so important is because with this next graph here, you can see the disparity between those same youth who receive professional mental health. And this is why we are here and why we are talking about these things, because although Black youth experience the same rate of depression, of suicidality, of other versions of anxiety, et cetera, they are significantly less likely to receive professional care. And there are some reasons for that. First on the list on here, folks who couldn't afford it. There's parental permission, transportation barriers, finding LGBTQ competent providers, worried about being outed, previous negative experiences, and lack of providers who were LGBTQ. Now, this study is from All Black Lives Matter, still with Black LGBTQ youth and young adults. 27% experienced discrimination based on their sexual orientation or gender identity, and 20% experienced race-based discrimination, which resulted in an attempted suicide. And this is the last of the statistics, just so we can get a grounding of why we're here and why we're talking about this and why it's important. On this is for the LGBTQ youth. They're in yellow on this graph. 50% of Black youth who reported feeling sad or hopeless, 51%. 36% of Black youth who made a suicide plan, and that number doubled since 2015. And then 27% of Black LGBTQ youth who had a suicide attempt. And I am somebody who had to work very hard to get to this point where I'm able to stand here and educate and share my lived experiences. And with that, I had to work through a lot of my own trauma of things not being addressed in my household. And unfortunately, that is a very common thing I've heard and learned amongst a lot of Black households, that things are just not discussed. A lot of times they are intentionally hidden. And there is a lot of negative connotation with speaking with other people about it. It's don't tell the outside world our business. And so there is a lot of turmoil in houses like mine when I grew up, where we are not able to speak freely about what we're feeling because we don't have the models for that. And that doesn't mean I had unattentive parents. My parents loved me, they cared for me. They just didn't have the bandwidth or the knowledge to know how to navigate those things because they were never taught those things. So with that being said, we're going to go into a few of the stigma and stereotypes. Once again, this is not going to be a full list, but these are some of the things that have shown up in my own personal life, and also in the lives of some of the young adults that I support. One of those being hypersexuality. So this is something that dates back probably the early 19th century, when there's one person specifically that comes to mind, a Black woman named Sarah Bartman, who was stolen from Africa, and she was put on display like at a zoo type situation. And all the way from then, these are where these misconceptions and these assumptions about promiscuity and sexual deviance, just because of how our bodies naturally look. And these things carry down through generations, unfortunately. And we, as Black and queer individuals today, are still dealing with those same assumptions. You can see it a lot in the media. There is tremendously more critique towards those who are especially dark-skinned and Black women. And it's difficult to navigate wanting to go towards mental health care when you already have these preconceived notions about who you are and why you're acting the way you are acting, instead of folks asking questions and being curious and being open and being knowledgeable. And that's why it's important for us to talk about these things, so that when we see these things that show up in the young adults that we support, we can be a little bit more informed and kind, maybe offer a little bit more grace when we're faced with these specific types of stereotypes and stigmas. The next one is cultural invisibility. So perpetuating the notion that queer individuals do not exist. I very rarely saw, no, I don't think I really saw any queer representation when I was younger. I'm trying to think back to a lot of the cartoons that I watched and the television that I consumed. Even in my circles, there was not really a lot of that around us. And at least when I was in high school, oh, how rude. Um, at least when I was in high school, those who were brave enough to be gay or queer and out, they usually got bullied. And I don't know if that is the case for other people who are around my age, but in my case, they were severely bullied. And so there is that notion that we are not here and that we do not exist, that we do not thrive, which contributes to that ongoing trauma of folks not feeling like they are able to take up space, that they are valid in how they're feeling, that they can feel comfortable in spaces that may not outright show their support to them. There are also racial and gendered assumptions. So the perpetuating of the quote unquote angry Black person, or the expectations of conformity to traditional gender norms for those who may present more masculine, as far as like a female person who may present more masculine, they are assumed that they should take on masculine roles. And these things have such an effect on our mental capacity to really show up in the world. And it really puts a limit on what we're able to do, how we're able to receive care, what we feel like is worthy of our time. And same with the stereotypes of being the angry Black person. This is something that I've dealt with numerous times throughout my life, where I have been afraid to speak up about things because I didn't want to be labeled as that. If many times when I started a new job, I made sure to smile a lot and make sure I was like trying to be present, even if I didn't always want to be. I wanted to also have a bad day sometimes and just sit in the corner and sulk. But I knew that if I did that, my body language would be interpreted as something sinister, or like I'm angry about something, or I'm upset, or I'm not participating enough. And it's hard because I had to not only do my job well, but I had to show up exactly in this pretty box that folks wanted me to. And as you can imagine, that creates a lot of trauma for individuals who are still learning themselves, because we're talking about transition age youth here. And what that means, at least for my program, is 18 to 29. And if you think about how in high school we had to ask to use the restroom and had to ask to leave the room in general, going from that to suddenly being thrusted into, you have to make your own doctor's appointments, you have to know how to navigate professional spaces, you need to know what you want to do, figure out your debt, figure out what you want to do in college. All of these things are kind of thrusted upon individuals when they're transitioning from high school. And what I've noticed is that in a lot of ways, unintentionally, we can punish young adults for learning and not be open and kind and understanding to the process of what it takes to grow up, which means sometimes things are going to be messy. They're not always going to make the right decisions, but that is part of growing up. That is part of transitioning. And the more we can do to support those going through that process instead of punishing them or making them feel worse, trying to work with individuals instead of against them, I think it's more better for it. And lastly, on here, I have the homophobia and transphobia. So the misconception that the Black community is universally homophobic or transphobic. So this takes me into the next portion, which is talking about systemic barriers. And I did put a definition here because I wanted it to be very clear what I was referring to when I'm talking about this. And this definition was from the Urban Institute. Structural and system barriers are obstacles that collectively affect a group disproportionately and perpetuate or maintain stark disparities in outcomes. Structural barriers can be policies, practices, and other norms that favor an advantaged group while systematically disadvantaging a marginalized. So I'm gonna do a little exercise for you all. If you yell at me, What words or phrases have been used to describe an individual who is deemed not compliant with behavioral health treatment? And these can be words that you have heard someone use, words that you have used yourself if you're feeling oh so brave to be honest about those things. Feel free to shout them out. Let's hear some. Non-compliant. Resistant. Defiant. Oppositional. Yes. Resistant, absolutely. As we were saying earlier, lazy. Angry, yes. Non-motivated, yes. Motivated, absolutely. Yes, I agree. Even the term non-compliance is one of those things. And the reason why I brought this up is because that's what is on the surface. That's why it's important to talk about the systemic barriers that can be experienced within this community of people, because it's not just, oh, they're angry, oh, they don't care, they're lazy, they're non-compliant, they are unmotivated. There are so many other things that can go into that. As we started off talking about, there is a lack of many different things for individuals to receive professional care. Even when they say that they need care and they want care, they still can't get it. Number two, we talked about the stereotypes and stigmas that come into play. And now we're going to go into the systemic challenges. So there are access disparities. So there is a limited access to cultural responsive services. Also barriers in general to affordable and inclusive healthcare. Discriminatory practices where institutional policies perpetuate discrimination and bias against Black and queer individuals. There is the representation gap, like how I was referring to earlier, the underrepresentation of Black and queer individuals in mental health leadership, decision-making roles, and limited visibility of diverse role models and mentors with mental health within mental health organizations. Stigma and stereotype, which we have went over, different economic barriers, so disparities in social economical status affecting their access to mental health resources. And I mentioned in this area, we all know what that entails, being where there is a lack of access and ability to access mental health resources. And also limited financial resources leading to inequitable opportunity. And intersectional discrimination, which is what I referred to earlier, somebody who is discriminated because they are Black and because they are queer. And this has multiple unique challenges that can arise because they're dealing with being impacted on two different fronts. There are also, I'm gonna keep on going, lack of inclusive education. So comprehensive education around the unique mental health needs, limited training for mental health professionals on culturally competent care, as the folks before me were talking about, microaggressions, which is very challenging. Personally, it is something that has been one of my biggest barriers in receiving proper care and has had one of the biggest impacts on me as far as like the trauma that I have experienced, because there are so many assumptions about how I should show up, how I should be, and it makes it even more difficult to be honest with professionals about what type of care you want. And what type of care you deserve, if I'm being honest. And so these impact of systemic prejudices affect your mental health, your emotional health, your physical health. It affects everything. And as the two speakers were talking about before, when we don't address the trauma early in life, it continues to perpetuate its own damage throughout adulthood. There's also institutionalized racism and homophobia. And this idea of perpetuating racism and homophobia, and even having a organization that is not inclusive of everybody, where there are still practices where folks are assumed straight, which happens to me a lot because I am somebody who is partnered with a man. And so most people assume that I am a straight person. And for me, that is not how I identify. And when those things happen to me, I feel like a part of me is not being recognized, that I should feel shame for those things. And it has created so many barriers to me receiving care because I don't want to continuously put myself in those traumatic situations where I feel like I'm being ignored, where parts of my identity are being ignored and not acknowledged at all. And I guess that goes right into the impact on care. How can these things show up? So there is a delay in seeking care, which was absolutely my case. One of the things that is not talked about enough, the underreporting of behavioral health concerns, because as we all know, as working professionals, one of the ways to get money and support is by having numbers to support those things. And if folks do not feel safe to receive care, they are also not going to feel safe to fill out a survey or report what they're feeling. And those underreportings result in less care being available to them. Increased disparities, the internalized stigma, which is essentially touching on how we as queer people can sometimes internalize what other people are saying to us and live that as our identity, which was the case for me. I, for a long time, tried to push a lot of things away. Number one, because I didn't have any words to describe my identity. I didn't have anyone to look to. I wasn't sure who to ask about it. I really even wasn't sure how I was feeling. And so it took me a long time to even get educated about the different options out there of how I can describe myself and feel more comfortable. And so I did internalize a lot of those things. And I thought something was wrong with me for a very, very long time. And that, once again, delayed me in seeking care. And also, there is the quality and impact of care. And of course, when you have a fear of encountering bias or a lack of cultural competence, it may create barriers to building trusting relationships and the impact of the effectiveness of interventions. And it's also very difficult when, for example, I have now been on this mental health journey probably since like 19, 20 years old is when I first went to my guidance, or excuse me, the health clinic at my college, which was Philadelphia University at the time. And the reason why I went to that clinic is because I was deeply confused about my choice with my major because I wasn't doing well and I was always a child that excelled. A little bit of what you were talking about earlier. And I was really confused on why I wasn't doing well. And so I was like, something has to be wrong because I've been excelling my whole life. So let's just see what's going on. And in that first meeting, unfortunately, the therapist was racist towards me. They assumed that I grew up around gun and gang violence because I told them I was from Baltimore. This is the first meeting, by the way. The first meeting. And they also assumed that my father left our family because I said that my father did not live with me, but my father was actually disabled. He lived in a nursing home. And if she would have taken that time to be curious, to pause, to listen, I can only imagine how different my mental health journey would have been. But I bet y'all can guess what happened. I was like, I'm never coming back here again. That was number one. And number two, unfortunately, I was like, see, everybody was right. Black people shouldn't go to therapy. Everything my parents and my aunts and uncles and grandpas and grandmas were talking about, where they said, we don't do that. That's not for us. It felt like it was being like a-okay, like, see, this is why we shouldn't show up in these spaces. And it took me a long time to be able to feel comfortable re-entering into therapy again, but I deeply needed that type of care. And it's unfortunate that I went through that at such a young age, because it really shaped how I looked at mental health care. It shaped how I looked at myself. I felt ownership over her opinions of me. And the trauma that caused me in receiving care in the future as I aged, and how, I mean, it was an incredibly difficult process. And this is just like a small slither of like the many traumatic things that I went through just trying to receive mental health care. That's all I was trying to do. And so when we think about how we support, or how we can better support Black and queer individuals, I think it's important to remember, just like how I said earlier, how hard we had to work to get to this point. And by the time they come to you, they may be on their 8th, 9th person. They're really trying, they are trying to stay diligent. They don't want to give up. And there are so many things that they had to overcome to even get to that point where they're sitting in front of you. And so, yes, maybe they missed an appointment or two. Maybe they show up late. But there are so many valuable things that can come from us being more informed about the strength that it takes for individuals to continue to show up, to continue to say, maybe this time will be different. And all it takes is one maybe this time for it actually to follow through. And that's why I wanted to take the time to talk about these things, because, especially from a lived experience perspective, because I think a lot of people can see me now and think that the journey has not been as hard as it has been for me. Because I think if you see my life spread out on paper, I don't think anyone would expect me to be up. I am somebody who has struggled with depression and anxiety since middle school, eating disorders, and I had a disabled parent. It was hard. I had a hard life when I was growing up. But what that meant for me is that I continued to push myself. I continued to keep trying. And I don't know where I would be if there weren't individuals who took the time to pause and listen, who took the time to actually hear what I was saying, who took the time to be educated about the different ways that people can show up and be open and understanding to that. And that's why it's so important for us to be educated about these things, so that we can be that person for other young adults. And that's essentially what the next part of these slides are going to be talking about, like how we can become systemic change makers. But I believe, can I have a time check? I don't remember what time it's 10 minutes? Okay. I'm gonna take a little water break. Do we all drink water? So there are, of course, more things that I can talk about, but now that we are going to have the session where we're going to have the breakouts and talk more about this, I'm almost tempted to open up the floors. It's okay. I'm deviating. Okay. Because I've talked about a lot of things, and it is not lost on me that I could be one of the first Black and queer people that you have had the opportunity and pleasure to be in the room with. And so I want to offer my experiences, my wisdom, and my openness to this room. If there are specific things that stood out to you in the conversation that we had, more things that you would like to talk about, specific questions that you may have, I think this could be a good opportunity for that. Mainly because I know when we're breaking out in the groups, it's going to be more broad when we're talking about young adults. But if there's specific things that are coming up for you, I just want to pause and invite. Yeah.
So earlier we said that the systemic, like the particularly said that apartment is so as though people always assume that you are straight. So I guess my question is, how do, like, without you having to, you know, come out every time and be like, hey, by the way, like, how do people kind of revolve around that without offending you?
Yes, thank you for that question. I appreciate that. So one of my most recent doctor's appointments, my doctor who I've come to have a love-hate relationship with, which unfortunately is the case for a lot of my professionals. I'm like, oh, there's more good than bad, so it's okay. And they said, so when are you and your boyfriend going to have children? I've never told him I had a boyfriend, and I never said that I wanted children, and I have no idea why we were even talking about that, if I'm being honest. And so that's what I was talking about when I'm like the assumed parts of it. And what I think would be helpful in those type of cases is when you do your intake forms, allow people to just write their own how they show up in the boxes, so you don't have to assume and they don't have to disclose if they don't want to. But that way, hopefully, that will create some sort of bridge between the knowledge that you know and the knowledge, hopefully, that you'll learn over time with learning more about them. Yeah. I mean, there's not, besides the person outright telling you, there's not more you can do past that. But if we take the time to pause and not assume, so really being mindful of the language that we're using, because it's very normal. It's a societal thing. Oh, I mean, when you see little boys, oh, he's gonna be with all the girls. Oh, the girls gonna love him. Like, these are things that we say early in life. It's very normal. So just being mindful of the words that we're using, I think, can be very helpful. Yeah.
How did you overcome ageism?
I have not. What do you mean? What do you mean?
So ageism based upon like your stature, the way that you are in your profession, being respected to your age, being a young adult.
Okay, I will say that is a work in progress, if I'm being honest. And I tend to be honest. I do. And I'm okay with it being a work in progress. I love learning. I love being open to new things. And I understand that, okay, there are a few things. Now that just made me think of a few different things. Speaking of that ADHD thing, my head is going all over the place. Okay. I know that it can be very easy for me to conform to what society deems is acceptable. And I work very hard to push against those societal norms, if I'm being honest. I try to show up as authentic of myself as I can in every space that I am in, because I know that it is important for representation. I know that when somebody sees me and they say, oh, you're the first Black queer who did, et cetera, I want them to be able to see themselves in me. And they will not be able to do that if I am trying to be somebody else. And so one way that I have approached overcoming those type of barriers, and if anything, it's like a fear of taking up space, is that I remember, and I think I have like a deep ancestral knowing that it is okay for me to show up. It is okay for me to take up space. And it is okay if people don't understand me, if they don't get it. I'm okay with those things. And I'm always looking to continue my, I guess, my purpose in life, which is making space for individuals, allowing folks to feel seen and heard, supporting people where I can. I mean, one of the things that I always say is that I've always been a peer. Ever since I was younger in elementary school, I've always deeply cared about people. So I get this honestly. It just so happens that now I do it as a job. But that doesn't mean that it's not difficult sometimes where folks do not want to take me seriously, that they think that I am not professional because I wear certain jewelry or I show up a certain way. But I think that is the value of community, that we're all different. I thought that was the point, that we wanted differing experiences and voices, and we wanted to bring in diversity. And unfortunately, I think a lot of organizations can get scared of change. And so that means that they can sometimes push back, and folks can experience backlash for being different, for speaking up, for pushing against the grain. But I think those things are important. So thank you for your question. Yes.
What are some of the things, like the most important things that people are able to do that we could actually do?
Oh, that is such a great question. So for those who may not have heard, they asked, what are some of the ways where folks have shown up for me that have been supportive and helpful that I can share? And I am so incredibly lucky that I have so many people in my life who care deeply about who I am, about supporting me and allowing me to take up space. And one of the things that was most helpful for me personally, as someone who experienced a lot of childhood trauma, was folks allowing me to be vocal about those things. I know that we have a culture of like, keep it moving, grind, everything's moving forward. But for me personally, I needed time to experience those things in my body and experience, just in general, just having the ability to talk about things out loud has always been very helpful. And so when I am with people who allow me to just bring up the uncomfortable things sometimes, it's very helpful. And like I said, I think in a lot of ways, unfortunately, it is uncomfortable when somebody may bring up loss, or if somebody brings up something they experienced when they were younger that is sad. And I get it, but I believe that's part of the whole human experience. And if we are really hoping to support people, we have to at least try to support the whole human. And that means supporting the parts that are uncomfortable, that are sometimes hard, that are challenging. And I think that honestly has been the biggest help for me, mainly because I didn't have that when I was younger. There was no sense of community for me. There was nowhere for me to really talk to someone about the things that I was experiencing, and I felt really alone, and weird, if I'm being honest. I was like, oh my gosh, I have all these issues and so many things are wrong with me. And as you can imagine, that really affected how I showed up in the world. And I had so much difficulty navigating beyond mental health care, just in general, just navigating life because of those things. So supportive circles, I would say, is my short answer for that. But I did also put, hopefully they give you these slides. Okay, good. Okay, perfect. So I did put some examples in there about specifics on how you can support and show up in your communities. One of them is very important, which is navigating how we show up in our day-to-day lives. It is very common practice that I've noticed where folks who work in mental health care can and will treat people with respect and dignity in their workplace. but they may not be kind and gracious to their neighbors. And so making sure that we are having a through line when it comes to how we support people. And there are other examples in there. I also have links to many different resources for queer and Black individuals that are very, very helpful. I've used probably all of them at some point. And other than that, I do have a business card that I brought. So if anyone wants to stay connected with me, please feel free. I love being in community with folks. It is my greatest joy to be able to do this type of work. I'm so passionate about it. So feel free to talk to me and have conversations and reach out to me. And I think that's about time, isn't it? Okay, so thank you.
Good morning. Incredibly good speakers and information today. It does not stop there. I am here to introduce the next speaker, Christina Morris. Christina Morris is a licensed clinical social worker who has 20 years of experience in mental health. She obtained her bachelor's of psychology and the master of social work, both from Saulsbury University. She currently works for the Department of Veteran Affairs and serves as a social work supervisor for the mental health departments throughout Maryland's 5 community-based outpatient clinics. In addition to her work with veterans, she continues to maintain a small private practice in Easton, Maryland. Without further ado, Christina.
Good afternoon, everyone. Unlike Kris, I'm a little louder. So if any of my peers in the back are like, "Hey, you're shouting," just give me a take it down a notch. I can leave it. Okay. Okay. So as we start today, let's start with asking the big question: is who is a veteran? Under Title 38 of the U.S. Code, a veteran is a person who is served with an active military, naval, or airspace service, who is discharged or released from their duties under conditions other than dishonorable. When we look at, pause for a second, forgot to say something. One is I am not speaking on behalf of the Veterans Administration, Veterans Healthcare System, or the DoD today. I'm speaking as a licensed provider who is experienced in healthcare. If we had to wait for the federal government to approve me to speak, I'd be for next year to speak. Okay? So while I love all of my peeps over at the VA, I do have to push that in there. So without further ado, when the Veteran Affairs evaluates a veteran status, it looks at several things. It's going to look at the length of someone's service. It's going to take a look at the time period of when they served, character or type of service, and the circumstances around their discharge. An individual must have active military, naval, or air service to be considered a veteran for most government purposes. There's a couple different types of active service. One is full-time duty in the Air Force, Marine Corps, U.S. Army. A full-time duty as commissioned officer or regular reserve corps. Full-time duty as a commissioned officer of environmental sciences, administration, Coast Guard, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, service as a cadet in the military, Coast Guard, Air Force, midshipman in the Naval Academy, okay? The reason we bring this up is because we really first have to define in our community what are veterans, okay? Because veterans are unique in a very specific way, as they could be any of us, right? It doesn't matter whether you're a male, female, gender, Whether you're white, black, a person of color, these are all of our veterans that we may have in front of us in our community setting. And we have a plethora of veterans in our community setting that have very specific needs. Okay, so what does dishonorable discharge mean? So a dishonorable discharge means that the VA has conducted a case-by-case determination, and there is some type of conduct that is other than honorable within your service history. Okay, and a lot of times this precludes someone from a veteran status or veterans benefits. But if we really think about the layman's terms of who's a veteran, if you sign the line, if you sign a piece of paper, you stop up to the dotted line, we should probably consider that as a veteran. Okay, but that's not what our federal government does. And so we have a lot of veterans in our community who don't meet that criteria. And these are pockets of individuals who are going to find barriers in care. Okay, so just keep that in mind as we're going through. I'm going to bring it up again as we continue to talk about it. So how long does someone have to serve to be considered a veteran? So this is where it changes a little bit. If someone served before September 8, 1980, there's no minimum length of service that considers a person a veteran for most VA benefits, okay? If you're enlisted after September 8th of 1990, a minimum service requirement exists, and a person would have to serve for at least 24 months to be honored for benefits through our VHA or Veterans Administration. If a veteran becomes disabled because of their time in the service, there is no minimum service requirement for VA benefits, okay? We're gonna come back to that. Actually, let me ask this question. How many people in this room know what service-connected disability means? Okay, all right. So a few, not everyone. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that too. So what's the difference between a combat, war, or peacetime veteran? Well, combat veteran is a veteran who has experienced any level of service in a hostile area for any period or duration where combat has occurred, okay? So we have several places where since 1800s that our veterans have served in combat areas. Sometimes we don't think of certain places as combat areas, but they are. One of the things I would say as being a trauma-informed provider who is going to serve veterans is know what combat areas are, what consists under our federal government as combat areas. A wartime veteran. So these are veterans who did not serve in direct combat, but they directly were on the ground at the same time and are in support of combat veterans, okay? So it's a small, like if we're gonna delineate from the two, okay? But I'll give an example. I have a wonderful veteran I work with. He was a cook during Afghanistan, okay? He was attached to the infantry, okay? Everywhere the infantry went, everything the infantry saw, he saw, okay? So just keep that in mind, is a lot of our wartime veterans, even though they don't meet this designation here, they really are veterans who have experienced levels of trauma, okay? Any person who serves in a combat zone, whether you are considered a combat veteran or a wartime veteran, has possibly experienced trauma. And then a peacetime veteran is a veteran who has served, but they served out during times of peace, were not deployed to combat zones. Still, even with our peacetime veterans, don't let that fool you, because they also can experience levels of trauma in different ways that are not combat related. So, what is a service-connected disability? Okay, well, this is a pretty complex definition, I could be here all day trying to educate people on what a service-connected disability is. A service-connected disability means, in most generic terms, that something happened during that veteran's service history that they acquired a disability. Now, when we think about that, the gamut is pretty large for that. And so I'm going to give some examples. These do not have to be combat related. And this is a huge misconception that is in our community, is that a service-connected disability has to be combat related. It doesn't. It doesn't at all. And I'll give some examples. We have a veteran who served for a 20-year period of time. And during his service history was on base in a motor vehicle accident and is now paralyzed. He was on base. This was during his service history. That's a service-connected disability, okay? Being in the Navy, being a midshipman and having an explosion on the ship while you're working on a piece of equipment, and now having one of your legs doesn't function like it used to. That is a service-connected disability, okay? Participating in training activities. Almost every person in the military participates in training activities. And they may experience all kinds of loud sounds that can cause tendinitis. Tendinitis is a service-connected disability. So there are thousands of service-connected disabilities that our veterans may experience that have nothing to do with combat. And then we do have our veterans who have, 2 or 3 deployments to high conflict areas where they are directly impacted by their combat experience. Oh no, what did I just do? Okay, so let's talk about the different types of PTSD or trauma-related things that we may see with veterans and I'm going to include this in this, active duty service members, okay? One is combat trauma. These are veterans who have gone to war zones, participated in MOSs or military operational specialties where their occupation is war, okay? The second one, and the least talked about, is military sexual trauma. This is trauma that occurs whether through harassment, sexual assault, while serving during the military. Many veterans do not come forward with military sexual trauma during their service history. Any ideas of why they do? Besides shame and guilt. You will retaliation, you will lose your job, be quickly separated, be chastised. I could go on and on, okay? I will also add that when we think about, as professionals, many times I find that when we think about military sexual trauma, we think about just our women veterans, but it is not. I see an equally number of men in my clinic for military sexual trauma, or as we refer to as MST, as I do women. Racial trauma, okay? People of color were allowed to serve in our U.S. military starting in 1863. Now keep that in mind, okay? Because when we look at all the racial disparities that have occurred since that period of time, do we think that our veterans, even though they are a brotherhood, have been absolved of that? No. We have many veterans who have PTSD from the abuse sustained within the armed services for nothing more than sheerly being a person of color, okay? We see this all the time, and I think it is an area that sits very closely with the LGBT community and the trauma experience in the armed forces for members of that community too, which is If you really think about it, from 1993 till 2011, our U.S. military operated under don't ask, don't tell. Really hard to be who you are when you have to keep your mouth shut about it. We also have things like natural disasters, terrorism attacks, and the one that no one wants to talk about, but probably why I'm also here today, is interpersonal violence, okay? Many of our veterans, their trauma that comes from their service history might just be one of many, okay? I will say this, I became a social worker probably because of my grandfather and his lovely longtime partner, okay? He was a World War II veteran who in 1940, as an Italian immigrant, signed up to be in the U.S. Army, okay? This was the man who took me to see the Statue of Liberty, Yankees games, and when I think about him, I only think about the fondest memories, okay? However, the memories that my father had of him are not the same that I hold for him. Many of our veterans sign up at age 18 and enlist to the military services to avoid the trauma that is occurring in their homes. Now, I'm not going to say that that is all veterans. We have many veterans who that's not their circumstance. But we also have to remember that sometimes trauma begins before they sign that piece of paper. Oh, man, this button. I like this one. Okay. How pervasive is PTSD among our veterans and active duty military? Well, 7 out of 100 veterans will experience PTSD within their lifetime. PTSD is also more common among female veterans at a rate of about 13%. Research indicates that veterans with combat deployments and MST have increased rates of PTSD. And I'll also add, when we see veterans with combat deployments and or MST in clinics, they come in with, they're more symptomatic. Okay, so these are the veterans that come in with the higher acuity levels, okay? Members of the military can develop symptoms of PTSD at any time, whether during their service history or post-service history. It's also believed that PTSD occurs approximately 29% of Iraq and Afghanistan war veterans, 21% of Gulf War veterans, 10% of Vietnam veterans, and 3% of Korean War veterans, and 1 in 3 women and 1 in 50 men will report military sexual trauma. I would also like to highlight that these numbers are probably underreported. I don't want to say probably, they are. Okay, I would not be doing my due justice today if I did not talk about suicidality in veterans. Suicidality is one of the #1 things that we need to assess when we have veterans in front of us in our offices, regardless of your setting, okay? Actually, every intake I take at the VA, one of the first scales I do in my very first assessment is the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale, okay? We need to be able to ask the hard questions. We'll talk a little bit more about that too. But when we look at the rates of suicide, an estimated 17.5 veterans die by suicide every day. More than 71,000 veterans have died as a result of completed suicide from 2011 to 2001, and that is 10 times the total number of troops that have been killed in Iraq and Afghanistan in over a 20-year period. We have a problem, a serious problem. A veteran is twice as likely as their civilian counterparts to die by suicide. In 2020, 71% of veteran suicides were completed by firearms. The second one is by poison, interestingly. Third, hanging. The rate of suicide among women veterans is nearly double that of non-veteran women. The age range between 35 and 54 experience the largest increase of suicide rates. Okay, American Indian and Alaskan Native veterans experience an increase 51.8% in the unadjusted suicide rates. Suicide is the second leading cause of deaths of post 9/11 veterans. And in 2021, more than 50% of veterans' suicides occurred outside of the Veterans Health Administration. In the parking lot. Yes, on site at a VA site, VA medical hospital, CBOX, community-based outpatient clinics, 71% of suicides occurred outside of a VA. Now, I'm going to add an additional stat to that is not on here. Of the veterans who commit suicide, research shows that only one of them is connected to mental health. Okay, so what is that saying in our community about where our veterans are going to present first? It is that of the 22 a day, okay, and that's a ballpark average. You can get really dense into suicidality research. Only one veteran is connected to mental health care. Okay, so if you guys had to say, where are we going to see our veterans first? Yes, exactly, Audra. We are going to see them in our doctor's offices, in our primary care sites, in our BHIPs. And so this is why I'm going to urge anyone who's sitting in this room today who works in community care settings, works in settings where veterans are coming in for their primary care, you coordinate with their primary care. Please educate yourself in how to ask the very important questions to our veterans during their primary care appointments. Primary care can be the #1 bridge to bringing our veterans into care who may desperately need it. This is just a little bit of data from the Department of Veteran Affairs. This is a report from 2022. We can see that from 2019 to 2020, there was a slight reduction in the number of daily suicides. It has dropped from about 22 to about 17 a day. These are not numbers we want to keep. And this is a graph that looks at suicide rates over time in comparison to civilians. So the blue line up on the top are civilians, the lower line are our U.S. veteran population. So I'm not going to stay real heavy in this because at this point today, most of us know, the common symptoms of PTSD, but I will go over some of the main ones that we're going to see when we have veterans come in our office and we are believing that they may be suffering from PTSD. And one is in the area of re-experiencing. So that's going to be recurrent and involuntary intrusive memories or thoughts, nightmares, flashbacks, dissociative responses. We may have absolute loss of consciousness at some periods, prolonged distress after exposures to traumatic reminders. Huge one we need to look at as providers and is often forgot about is avoidance, okay? Persistent avoidance of distressing trauma symptoms or trauma-related stimuli after the event, avoidance of trauma-related thoughts or feelings, and external or environmental reminders of the trauma, okay? And I'm just going to touch on this very quickly because avoidance in PTSD is the catalyst to keep symptoms rooted where they are. If we want to talk about the way to keep a person rooted in their symptoms and to never heal from their symptoms, not touching avoidance is the way to do it. Okay, you have to be willing to look at where the avoidance is, how that is a function of their behaviors or thoughts, and really start to get to the root of those avoidances, even though they are likely painful. Telling a veteran, well, don't go to the grocery store, just have your groceries ordered to the house. That is not keeping them, that's keeping them rooted in avoidance. Negative changes in beliefs and feelings. So this could be persistent negative beliefs about themselves, expectations, blaming themselves or others, or the world around them, markedly diminished interest in things that they used to once enjoy, constricted affect. On the other side, there may be hyperarousal or irritability, aggressive behavior, self-destructive behaviors or reckless behaviors, exaggerated startle response, problems in concentration, and sleep disturbance. I'm also going to pause on sleep disturbance for just a minute too. If you are having a veteran who is presented in your offices and they are experiencing significant sleep disturbance, you're going to want to do thorough assessment around sleep disturbance. And this is one factor that is commonly missed in our veteran population, and it is obstructive sleep apnea. Veterans who have combat deployments have significantly higher rates of obstructive sleep apnea. Okay, this has nothing to do with weight or a lot of the stigmas that go around obstructive sleep apnea. This has to do with combat deployments and trauma. Okay, so why this is so important is when you have client come in and they are highly hyper aroused. Okay, they're not sleeping. Their symptoms are exacerbated and off the charts. These are not the normal symptoms we see. They are much higher. Suicidality is higher. The reckless behavior and irritability might be higher. Avoidance is going to be huge. Please, I am begging each of you to assess for sleep apnea, and I'm going to talk about that at the end, how you can do that appropriately. And this is really because when we think about sleep apnea means that there is an obstruction in your airway while you're sleeping. And when we look at the fight-flight response system, right? That is our body's way of telling us we're in danger. Well, if we're asleep and we can't breathe, what does your body normally do? Tells you're in danger. So that is re-pushing those chemicals, those trauma chemicals that are existing also because of the PTSD, hand in hand. And you're gonna see a more severe presentation, a more acute presentation. So please, I know sleep disturbance, it goes low down on the list for most clinicians, but I will beg of you in this population to please, keep an eye on this and continue to ask the questions. I will tell you, I did some data about 2 years ago, and I kept a nice little log of every veteran that I sent for a neuro testing for sleep apnea. Out of 100 of them, 99 had sleep apnea. So let's talk about some emotional and psychological symptoms that we may see present with our veterans. Shock and denial, disbelief, anger, irritability, mood swings, guilt, shame, and self-blame, feeling sad or hopeless, confusion, difficulty with concentrating. I will actually say that difficulty in concentrating brings the majority of my high-functioning veterans into treatment because they work in high-security jobs where they're expected to perform and their concentration is just not where it's supposed to be, or they're getting frustrated with it. Anxiety or fear, hypervigilance, suicidality, intrusive thoughts, and flashbacks or dissociative symptoms. So here's a couple concepts that we need to sort of really be familiar when we talk about working with our veterans. One is moral injury. Moral injury is the concept that something during your service history did not align with your moral values. Okay? This happens so much. If you think about a veteran who has served in combat and they are being asked to possibly do things that they would never do in civilian life. You think about it, asking someone to take the life of another. That probably doesn't fit with our moral values here as we sit here as clinicians, right? That's the daily life of someone who is serving in the military. That's the expectation. And this could be many things. It doesn't always have to be combat. Some of the things that we see in military experiences, when we look at veterans who have been deployed to areas of poverty and they cannot help. They see atrocities of war, little children who are being used for suicide bombs, and they can't help. They can't help these kids. They can't help women or children that they normally in their daily lives, outside of their military experience, they would stop and feed and clothe, right? That doesn't align with our moral codes usually, okay? Survivor's guilt. This is exactly what it is. I mean, the picture says it all. When you are looking at all the names of the people who you lost, and you get to be the one who stayed around. Why was I so special? I didn't deserve it. It'd been better if it had been me. Okay, so this is also very heavy emotion that you will see within veterans, even with veterans who didn't know the people they lost. Okay, I have one very special veteran who's allowed me to share this story this morning, and he worked as a special operations, and their job was to keep our U.S. Army airplanes in the air and prevent them from being shot down. And during his service history, 2 of those airplanes were shot down. He served for like 15 years, right? He's pretty successful. He doesn't see that success. He only sees those 2 planes with the 2 pilots that he couldn't save. Identity disruption, right? Identity disruption was associated with more severe PTSD symptoms, lower satisfaction of life, and greater difficulty with reintegration than, and often baseline-wise, their baseline was higher when you came in looking at difficulty just functioning in normal life after separation. And this is really, after separation, veterans can experience a total loss of identity. And there's several reasons for that, which I'm going to talk a little bit about on the next slide. Well, not the next slide. Hold on, I'm coming to it. Let's talk about loss of innocence. If you were ever deployed anywhere, okay, and you're going to war zones, you're going to conflict areas, a veteran may experience a loss of innocence, okay? So this is the things that we don't think about. And I'm gonna say some harsh things. No veteran signs up thinking that they are going to see a child set on fire. That is a loss of innocence. So you come home and you're at dinner, you've separated, you come home, you're at dinner, and one of your family members is, I've got a couple of family members who are good for this. They will complain at anything over dinner. Anything. The butter could be too cold. And some of our veterans who experience a loss of innocence have a real hard time identifying with, why do I care that your butter is cold? I ate an MRE for, a year of my life and had to watch all these atrocities. Be blessed in what you didn't have to see. And so, there can be, for some of our veterans, a real loss of innocence. Going back to that loss of identity, some of our veterans experience difficulty in transitioning to civilian life. And this could be difficulty rejoining the workforce. I mentioned a term earlier, MOS, which stands for Military Operational Occupational Specialty, which is your job when you're in the military. Not all of those jobs equate after separation to something that is employable, sadly. Okay, so imagine serving for 10, 15 years, maybe less, learning a job, and then coming back into the workforce and realizing, I don't have a job. My skills aren't employable. I don't have any certification. I don't have a degree. The skills I have are only used in the armed forces. That's a shocker. Multiple medical appointments, establishing services, whether that's primary care services or mental health services, the stress of transition. I think we could all say most of us have probably moved at some point in our life. Some research recently showed that moving could actually be equated stress-wise to a house fire, right? And so with that said, how many times do our veterans, when they're active duty, move around to different places? Lack of camaraderie, difficulty divining their values, relating to those without military experience, and establishing a new structure or routine for themselves. Yeah, I only have a couple minutes, and it's about to be lunchtime, so I'm not trying to trudge through for you. So here are some things that we can do to really help our veterans with PTSD. One is provide thorough assessment, really thorough assessments. And this includes suicide risk, risk of homelessness, nutritional risk, chronic pain, substance abuse, and other comorbid health conditions, okay? Be prepared to be able to do a safety plan, okay? Especially if suicidality is present. Be able to ask the difficult questions. One of the things I have found working at the VA is my veterans love evidence-based care. They love evidence-based care, and they love measurement-based care. You're able to use measurements and be able to show, like, you came in and your PCL5 was this, and now it's decreased to this. They like that, okay? We want to normalize that trauma reactions are normal for their experiences. Be able to provide psychoeducation on PTSD. We have a lot of veterans who come in experiencing symptoms of PTSD, and they don't know they have PTSD, right? Sometimes they need psychoeducation. Other veterans, it's completely obvious to them because they've had family members tell them that, you've not been right since you've come home or whatever have you. Refer veterans to appropriate services for trauma treatment, okay? So what I mean by this is no provider is trained in everything, right? That is an unreasonable ask. And many of us providers have excellent skills in the things we are trained in. Don't be too proud to refer someone to the best, what's the best for them. So let's talk about some do's and don'ts. One is going to be competent in the area of military culture. I'm going to talk about that later in the breakout room, and provide some resources where if you want to be a little bit more versed in military culture, we'll be able to get you there for free, actually. Have familiarity and understanding of service connection and veterans benefits. Be willing to ask difficult questions. Be aware of local and national resources. Remember, the goal of treatment is determined by the patient. And what I mean by that is not every veteran who comes in who has PTSD wants to do trauma processing. That's their choice. Sometimes we are so busy trying to fix people and doing our writing response thing. We forget that not everyone wants to process their trauma, okay? Ask questions, but don't make judgments. Normalize the trauma reactions and responses. validate their experiences, participate in shared decision-making. So shared decision-making is actually having a conversation about your treatment. Here are the options. This is what we can offer you. We may not be able to offer this, but so-and-so down the street can offer this. I'm not trained in EMDR, but I know this provider and that provider who is. Let's get you there. Ensure that you as a provider are receiving good self-care. Prior to working at VA, I worked with children, held a contract with Talbot County Child Advocacy Center to do groups. I have heard some stories in my 20 years as a social worker. But I will say the worst story I've ever heard came from one of my veterans. You have to take care of yourself. You cannot pour from an empty cup. And if you think you're going to help our veterans by, seeing 900 patients a day and not taking care of yourself, you're not going to be serving them. Have competency in evidence-based treatment protocols and modalities, or be able to refer to those who do. Now I'm running. I have much longer. Okay, so if we're going to look at treatment with veterans, we want to really look at a phase-oriented trauma therapy approach, which is going to be first safety and stabilization, trauma processing, and then integration. Now, what I would say is you're going to have some veterans who want to come in, they just want to do safety and stabilization. They don't want to do trauma processing. You do have to be sort of very candid in these situations and say, I respect your decision. Just know that this may be a plateau of as good as you get with your symptoms. Okay. They may do safety and stabilization and then change their mind. You never know. We talk about, I'm not going to go into each one of them. I'm going to talk about the different modalities that we can really focus on and be trained in for safety and stabilization. And so some of them are motivational interviewing, acceptance and commitment therapy, CBT, DBT, and SUDS treatment if applicable. When we look at trauma processing, the gold standard is prolonged exposure, cognitive processing therapy, written exposure therapy, and EMDR. Integration and reconnection is really about after you've done trauma processing, you have a veteran who's really safe and stable, and you're able to reintegrate them into how to take their pre-trauma experiences and their experiences in the present and integrate them in a way that they find meaning and value in their life. Have to say this, if we're going to work with veterans, we have to be willing to talk about alternative treatments. Many providers are scared to talk about alternative treatments, but our veterans want to talk about alternative treatments. So things like yoga, Tai Chi, acupuncture, theater. How many people know what the stellate ganglion base injection is? Go check it out. It is one of the coolest up and coming things that I hope will be able to help the majority of our veterans. These are injections that go in at the base of the neck, and they are used to curb hypervigilance, anxiety, and really take down hyperarousal and allow anyone, not just veterans, anyone who may experience trauma relief as long as they are living in a safe and stable life. The foremost expert on this is actually in Annapolis and has an office in Easton. So us as providers really, I'm going to talk about this in the breakout room, but the other thing, we want to look at, be able to talk about CBD and marijuana, medical marijuana, ketamine injections, psilocybin microdosing, and MDMA-assisted trauma processing. These are things that our veterans want to talk about. I've listed some scales that we can use when we are working with some of our veterans. I'm going to flip through some of this. Some of the barriers that we experience is being able to connect our veterans to care, especially if they fall into the groups that are not covered by the VA, okay, or the DOD or vet centers. I'm going to be talking about some of that in the breakout group. And so feel free to come see me in the breakout room. Remember, many of our veterans will decline referrals for mental health. And so it's really important to ensure that we are meeting their needs in primary care settings and being able to link them and brokerage them when they do present in those settings. Okay. Got some provider resources. These are resources that you can use to actually become better providers in the area of competency for veteran care. Most of these are free. So the first one, the self-awareness exercise, the military cultural course models from the Center of Deployment Psychology, these are free. You can go take these modules any day of the week. You don't have to pay for them. So there you go. Also, I will say, the Center for Deployment Psychology is phenomenal, okay? Phenomenal. You can go and take courses through the Center of Deployment Psychology, and they are about $45 to $50 for a 2 or 3 day course. And you will be taught an entire EDT. I'm not talking about we're going to give you an overview of prolonged exposure. They're going to teach you prolonged exposure. You're going to role play it in the training. You're going to be provided free consultation afterwards. Okay? The only thing I would say is please be forewarned, some of their trainings are only for VA, DOD staff, so you sort of do have to weed those out, but otherwise they're an excellent resource. And then later I'm going to talk about some veteran resources at the outbreak, but here are some of the local veteran resources that we can offer our veterans. And I do have some handouts, so if anyone wants them at the breakout, I'll be glad to give them out. All right. Any questions? I know we're all hungry. All right.
Quality. She continues her work as an ombudsman, providing advocacy services to residents in 7 nursing homes and 19 assisted living facilities, bridging the gaps and assisting residents and meeting families where they are.
How many of you know what an ombudsman is? So maybe less than half. An ombudsman's an advocate for folks in nursing homes and assisted livings. Unfortunately, we do not assist people before they go into a nursing home, nor after they come out of a nursing home, or if they died while they were in a nursing home and there was some issue that happened and the family wants closure. So those are a bit of the maybe disconnects that happen with the ombudsman program. But given the scope of what we do anyway, it's like every other job. You have to limit what you can and cannot do. As mentioned, I'm the ombudsman for Kent, Caroline, and Talbot counties. That's 7 nursing homes and 19 assisted livings with well over 1,700 potential residents. I'm the only ombudsman for this region. So my work is pretty much cut out for me. But after already serving, I put 40 years, but it's actually probably closer to 50 years that I've been working. So I probably outdistanced most of you in the workforce. And I'm at the other end. I've already retired twice. Didn't agree with me. So when I was with the Office of Healthcare Quality, which is the regulatory agency that governs nursing homes and assisted livings, I learned a lot about what facilities should and should not do. Taking on the role of an ombudsman, I had to all of a sudden put on blinders because I kept seeing all the violations, and that was not my role. My role was to advocate for the residents. Because I am oftentimes older than most of the residents in the nursing home, I have the ability to relate well. My youngest resident right now, 31 years old. 31. Do you think that person has anything in common with anyone else in that nursing home? No. And the challenge is acute, is really acute. You think there's been trauma that happened before she wound up in a nursing home? Well, that's pretty obvious because she's been a quadriplegic since she was 18. But I believe that the trauma she experiences today in what I consider a broken system to be much more tragic. All right, now I'm supposed to use this clicker. Causes of trauma. Before people ever arrive in a nursing home or an assisted living, there are many factors that happen that cause them to be in that facility. What are some of the things that would be typical? Well, they may have been, they had a fall, they broke their hip, they need rehab. They may have been in a motor vehicle accident and they need full-time, long-term care. But does anyone anticipate in their life that that's going to be their outcome? No. Are people prepared for that experience, either themselves or the family of that individual? No. Do people know the questions to ask once their loved one winds up in a facility? No. All of those things dramatically impact the experience that individual has while they're in a nursing home. In assisted livings, I can't even see this thing. Yeah, I don't know if that will work. Yeah, there's people often want to go into an assisted living because they feel that that's more home-like and that they'll be able to, you know, spend their later years in a more comfortable setting. But what happens when their needs become more acute? They have to leave. Yeah. And what does that do to them? That adds another stressor, more trauma. So the questions that are contributing factors that lead to trauma in the nursing home. Fear. Fear, this is an unknown setting. They have no clue where they're going, who the people are. Nursing homes are the staff are supposed to wear a name tag. Do you think they do? No. Oh, no. And why not? Well, if they have their name tag on, you're going to know who they are. And now you can report them so they don't wear their name tags. People don't even know what the difference is between a GNA, a nurse, the physical therapist, the OT, the kitchen staff. They think everybody is the nurse when they're not. And so there's a real disconnect for residents in even knowing who to interact with from the moment they show up in the facility. Fear of retribution and retaliation. Oh my God, is that a thing that's so real in the facilities? I have one facility where I do not get any complaints. They're afraid. I have had one I have one person that's complained, has requested a meeting. 4 times I've set up a meeting, 4 times they've canceled the meeting. Because when the staff in the facility show up, their face goes white and they say, I don't want to have a meeting today. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. I have worked with this person for months and months, trying to, little increments, trying to get them to the point of being able to express their concerns. And it's just, we're still at the canceling the meeting stage. But I have high hopes. I have high hopes. Loss of independence. Think about this. You are totally and completely capable of doing everything for yourself. All of a sudden, you can't. What do the staff want you to do in the nursing home? They want you to pee and poop in your bed. And then they don't come and clean you up for hours and hours and hours. You leave the call bell ringing for hours and hours and hours. And that's only part of it. How many of you would like to have your body exposed to be cleaned? I know I'm not. I was completely draped when I had all my children. I didn't even want the doctor to see my down parts, you know? I can just see how I would be in a nursing home having them clean me up. Won't happen. Simple things like getting bathed. If I hear this once, I hear it every single day. I don't know why staff think what you should do is you soap somebody up and then you take a towel and you wipe the soap off. Now, have you rinsed them off? Oh, no. So what happens now? People have dry skin, they're scratching, they wind up with sores all over their bodies because they've had a harsh chemical put on their body. And all the staff did was smear it. They didn't clean them. And I don't know that, and that's another part of the problem, is that staff are so inadequately trained to do even the most simple task of bathing, changing. I got a call the other day from a resident who said that the staff had him in the Hoyer lift to get him back in their bed and dropped him. Now, that wasn't the first time that person was dropped. It was the second time in less than 3 weeks. Luckily, the person got dropped in their bed instead of the floor. We may not be having a conversation with that resident any longer if that had occurred. And trust me, in my years with OECQ, that did happen. Was there an incident report? Because that's a requirement. Is there an incident report? The resident said, I said, did you talk to the staff about that? There were 4 people in the room when this occurred. 4 staff. What I said was you had 4 people who didn't know what they were doing if they dropped you. Not acceptable. Loss of basic skills. Okay, so you go in for rehab. The doctor at the hospital, and the hospital in Easton is famous for this, telling people, well, you just had your hip replaced, you just had your knee replaced, you're going to go in for rehab, you'll get up to 100 days of physical and occupational therapy. Things will be great. You can go back home. You can resume your activities of daily living. Everything will be fine. The person gets to the nursing home typically after the 7 to 3 shift. Or they show up on a Saturday or a Sunday. Guess what? There's nobody there. There's no nurse practitioner, PA, or physician to write orders. So that patient that just had hip replacement surgery isn't getting their pain medication because no one's written the order for them. They were also told they were going to get physical therapy immediately. Oh no, they have to be assessed by the PT. So if the PT is contracted by the facility and only comes in 3 times a week, they may not be seen by the physical therapist for multiple days. And they're not, and that's just to get the assessment. That's not even to get the physical therapy. I recently had a resident who went out for surgery, was in the nursing home. The staff knew for 6 weeks this person was going into the hospital to have hip replacement surgery. Person went to the, and I suspected that they were going to discharge this person once they went to the hospital. Guess what? They discharged the person when they went into the hospital. Luckily, I already contacted legal aid and alerted them to that fact. A resident calls me post-surgery. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what's going to happen. They're not telling me anything. Is that traumatic? Absolutely. Did this person deserve to be treated this way? No. But that's what happened because they didn't want this person in their facility. Now, you already accepted them once. Why wouldn't you accept them back when they had to come back for more physical therapy? So we reminded the facility that they had agreed they would take this person back. And the administrator said to me, so the attorney calls them up and says the same thing. And they say, so the attorney says, well, is there someone else I can speak to? Well, you can speak to our attorneys. Well, within an hour, I got notified that the resident was on their way back to the nursing home because apparently their corporate attorneys told them, you can't do that. You've got to take the person back. But it shouldn't be the ombudsman and the legal aid attorney having to fight. And I only know of the people that I get informed about. There are hundreds of people in the nursing homes and assisted livings who have either no knowledge of me. I mean, when I go in those facilities, I go and talk to everybody that I can find because I want them to know that I'm there to represent them if they have any questions or concerns or need to have a voice. And the fact that so many people are not afforded the appropriate care, the appropriate guidance. Here's another issue, financial considerations. How many people have ever heard about somebody being put out of a nursing home before had they finished physical therapy? Remember I said that the hospital doctor tells you you have 100 days of therapy? Oh no, Medicare only pays 100% for the first 20 days. Day 21, everybody's miraculously kicked out of physical therapy because the facility is not going to get fully reimbursed. Are they still going to get reimbursed? Yeah, but at a lower rate. So they discharge people from physical therapy. They no longer, they may not be eligible for medical assistance because their income is greater than MA will allow. And now they're at risk of being put out. So people are worried about where they're going to go. We know about recidivism in the prison system. Well, there's recidivism with people in nursing homes too. People are in a nursing home, they're there for a while, they can't pay for the care anymore, so they go home. And they go home to a home that does not meet their needs anymore because they didn't get the quality of care they needed to have. They did not get rehabilitated and are now fully capable of living independently once again, like that doctor told them they would. So they go home and they fall, they get hurt again, they're back in the nursing home, they stay for a while. And this is just a vicious cycle that doesn't seem to get adequately addressed. Probably one of the things that is the largest complaint is call bells not being answered. Probably everybody has heard about folks in nursing homes being a call bell not being answered timely. So people are left in their urine, in their feces, with food all over them, or they got their food, but they can't feed themselves, so nobody comes to feed them, and so the staff come and pick up the tray, and now they have to eat that. When we talk about trauma-informed care in a nursing home or an assisted living, it doesn't exist. It's a broken system. They don't have enough staff. The staff they have aren't adequately trained. The staff that they have are often not licensed, certified, credentialed, as they're supposed to be. They're just simply a warm body. Last week I was in a facility and there was a 17-year-old student providing one-on-one care without more than 1 hour of training. and was now supposed to be providing incontinent care, feeding assistance. I mean, this wasn't somebody that was just handing out snacks to folks. This was somebody actually doing bedside care, totally inappropriate to the situation. Residents are afraid to say anything about that. Last week I was in a facility and actually I was on the phone with a resident who was complaining, the resident that got dropped, by the way, that there was no staff, and that nobody was going to get out of bed. So I said, and he said, I'm going on a hunger strike. This is a man who's a bad diabetic. When he said, I'm going on a hunger strike, I was like, oh my God. So I ran, I mean, literally, the nursing home is next door. So I ran over there and I walked in the room, and he's almost in tears because he wanted to go to physical therapy and they wouldn't get him out of bed. And that was the third time that week they hadn't gotten out of bed. And it was probably the 20th or 21st time in that month, and we're not finished with this month yet, that they hadn't gotten him out of bed. So I walked the entire floor, except for the little lady who has probably OCD and gets herself out of bed, gets herself dressed. No one else on that floor was out of bed. No one. It was probably 30 residents, all confined to bed because they only had one staff for 2 wings of about 60 patients. And what does the regulation say? The regulation says that you have to provide sufficient staff to meet the needs of the residents. That is the state. That is the regulation. In order to change the regulation, CMS has to get Congress to pass a new law. They call it a rule. It takes forever. Congress takes forever to do everything, as we know. And so there's now legislation to require nursing homes to have X number of staff per unit. No longer is it going to be according to the needs of the residents. Well, the lobbyists that go to Congress are lobbying very harshly that the facilities can't possibly meet that requirement. Although the facilities in this country that are the ma and pa, the private facilities, have had no problem meeting adequate staffing needs for years. It's the corporates, the entities that I had a facility that was owned by a company that provided milk to schools in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, buying nursing homes that were in trouble all around the country. Did they have any knowledge about anything medical? No. It was a way to make money. And they bankrupted agency after agency after agency, and facilities got closed as a result of it. So when I say there's a broken system, there's definitely a broken system. And I keep forgetting to push this clicker. I'm sorry. I think I've already talked about that. Okay. Loss of spouse, peer, and independence. Think about that. Everything in your life's been turned upside down. Your spouse is deceased. Your friends have all died. You're now faced with probably having to give up the home you've owned for 50 years because that's the only way you can qualify for long-term care, is to not have any kind of real income. Is that a loss? I mean, is that a trauma? Absolutely. It is something that brings me to tears every time a resident says, but I have to give up my home. I will never see my friends again. My friends don't come here to see me because it's too depressing, they say. Yeah. Loss of income, cognitive or memory loss. Most people think that folks in nursing homes are all the, people with dementia and Alzheimer's. there are a lot of folks that have those conditions, but the majority of them, that's not the case. They may, when I think of what happens to folks, if you're in a bed day in and day out, are you going to remember even what day of the week it is? Nope, because everything's the same. You know, when I go in and I say hi to somebody, sometimes the people just start crying because I'm the first person that said hi to them. Staff don't talk to them. Okay. Talked about all these things. I am so sorry. I am almost 73 years old, so this technology is not my friend. Sorry about that. Feelings of isolation. It's almost, you can almost cut it with a knife in the facilities. And some people will say, well, it's a very depressing place. It doesn't have to be. It may be, but it doesn't have to be. You know, I have a resident who is blind and wasn't always blind, but has medical conditions that confine them 24 hours a day to bed. They're angry and they take it out on everybody, and nobody wants to talk to them and nobody wants to interact with them. And all I ever do is listen to people complaining, and I mean the staff complaining about how this person is so difficult. I go in the nursing home and I sit with this person and I help them with different things. Like I packed up a bunch of their stuff because they just got dumped to this new nursing home. And they have 7 years of accumulated stuff. And I'm going through inventorying stuff and putting it in boxes. And he says to me, well, when you get to this, I said, I know you can't see me, but I'm working as hard as I possibly can. And he starts laughing. And the staff are outside and they're listening. This man doesn't laugh. He bitch, moans, and complains and cusses staff out all the time. And I'm in there and he's laughing and I'm laughing. And they're like, do you know him? I do now. What did I do that was different than any of the staff? I talked to him. When he gave me pushback, I pushed back. I didn't take it. I said, I'm working as fast as I can. I'm breaking out a sweat. I'm an old woman. And I can only go so fast. And he just again starts laughing. And the staff again say to me, is that your brother? I go, no. I'm the ombudsman. I'm just the person that comes in. Well, why are you doing all that stuff? Well, nobody else has. Should it have been somebody else's job? Yep. Was it my job? Nope. But I did it. And now I have a relationship with this person that transcends the negativity. Now, do I expect the shoe to drop and maybe to be that person that they're no longer going to be friendly with or supportive of? Maybe. But that's not going to stop me from doing what I do. The facilities at this point, I believe, would only be able to provide a trauma-informed care scenario if Congress and the state government mandated it, passed a law to require it. That still might not be a reality. Staff are hard-pressed to identify the care needs people have, truly are hard-pressed to identify the antecedents that brought them to the facility and caused them to have the kinds of behaviors that they have, the withdrawn behavior, the lashing out behavior, the refusal to participate in any activity. They shut down. They completely shut down. I have two residents in two different facilities who have spent the majority of their life incarcerated. They're now in a care facility. Gossip is so rife that everybody knows about their scenario, except they don't. They just all gossip and they all think they know. But these two residents now feel they have to stay in their room because they are being targeted. That's wrong. That's just so wrong. They ask me every single time I visit if I can get them out of there. I wish I could. That's not my job, but I'm the one that's facilitating those kinds of things because the social worker says that's not their job, except to maybe put them in a homeless shelter, which is not a safe discharge. So those are the kinds of things that I have pushback, that the social worker doesn't want to do their job. And mind you, the state ombudsman and myself are both social workers, and we know what the job of the social worker in the nursing home is supposed to be. So when they tell us, no, that's not our job, both know, and so do all the other ombudsmen, that yes, in fact, that is their job, to assist a resident in making an appropriate plan for discharge, not just dumping them out of the facility because they don't want to be bothered with them anymore, or they don't want to provide them with, additional time to recuperate, or to, give them the assist, refer them to the appropriate places that might be able to give them, a community setting that they desperately want and need. When I look at the care that people are getting currently, there's a qualitative difference between the assisted living and the nursing home. The nursing homes in Talbot County have happy hour. And people take a nap in the afternoon so that they can be awake. The folks in the assisted livings usually complain to me about they only have one dessert on the menu at dinner, and they would like two. I'm not making light of that, but that's the qualitative difference between the assisted living usually and the nursing home. Residents of the nursing home are lucky if they get a hot meal. It's usually never hot. If they get a dessert, it might not be recognizable. Mystery meat is a constant entity on the menu. If you don't get good nutrition, you don't get well. And one of my facilities just recently lost the food service manager, the dietitian, and the head cook within 2 weeks. They have to call staff in on the weekends to just get a meal, and it's usually just a cold sandwich because there's nobody to cook. So if it were only that people did not have, if it were that folks had issues coming into the facility, that they were acknowledged, that the facility assisted them in overcoming some of those barriers, worked on those issues to get them to a place of wellness, that would be great. If it were that staff talked to one another, advocated for themselves and the residents, communicated adequately to all concerned, that would be great. That doesn't exist either. Do I feel like I'm preaching doom and gloom here? Yeah, maybe so, but I just want you all to understand that this is a population that is disenfranchised. They're throwaways. They're Oftentimes, because families don't live nearby, they can't visit, they can't, so they call me, they ask me. I get calls from people in California, in Hawaii, in Alaska, you know, can you help my loved one? Yeah, I'll go see him. And that's important. There are people in the facilities that do care. There just aren't enough of them. There are not systems in place for the dialogue to begin to address the real pressing issues, to get resolutions to problems, to have a qualitative shift in the way care is perceived and provided. I don't know where to end. I don't know where to cut it all off. The need for folks to be advocates, whether it's just going and visiting someone. If you have a group of friends and you like to sing, or tell jokes, or tell a story, let the activities director in the facility know that you're available to help with that. You'd be surprised at what sometimes a little interaction can do. Sometimes it's important to acknowledge that the problems are real, that we cannot make excuses as to why things cannot be addressed. Nursing home administrators, I swear to you, that's all they do. They just give me excuses. They don't ever look for solution. I try to have dialogue. I meet with them. The DON at one of the facilities has a love-hate relationship with me. If I ask a question and she doesn't have an answer that makes any sense to me, I'll ask another question and she'll say, "You're like a dog with a bone, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes." And then she'll go and tell someone, if you have a loved one that needs somebody to advocate for you, call her, because she's like a dog with a bone and she's not going to give an inch. She's going to keep on going and advocating. And that's, I guess, the message I want to leave with people is to, you know, you all are here in a position of advocacy. We come from different life area, you know, stages of life, but we all have the same goal, is to advocate for folks. Just don't forget the folks at the end of their life. Thank you.
All right, so we're right at time. So I will be brief. I just want to extend my gratitude for all of you being here today, and hopefully this was a rewarding experience. I think it was. I think all of our speakers did an outstanding job, and we're just so grateful for you being here. Thank you. Next, we do want to invite you up. We have a little token of our appreciation. I think John's going to help me hand them out. We also have plaques that we've ordered for all of you as our expression of gratitude. Unfortunately, they won't be ready till Monday, but you will get them. So I just want to take an opportunity again to give a round of applause for our speakers, for all of you for being here. And we look forward. And thanks to our interpreters for being here all day with us. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your support. Thank you. And again, we look forward to seeing you for our 14th across the lifespan back here next year. So safe travels, enjoy your weekend.